hay là những đêm thâu mỏi mòn em cũng chẳng hay nên anh chỉ muốn là người được lặng im em nói anh mới chỉ là người cần thân yêu em hãy cho anh thật nhiều lời khuyên anh sẽ phải còn lại và chẳng mong em chỉ là tổng đài một tác không khôn anh có điều muốn nói bên đầu dây anh đang cần tư vấn ở trong tình yêu này em đang trong tâm trí yeah that's real real ta không muốn nói là điều cause I wanna be the one if you want me hey nhấc máy lên gần ngay khi say something and we run free hey có trái tim mà đã see hey muốn biết ta đẹp ngài receiver bên tai sẽ có anh đêm nay chỉ cần số cuộc em trong tay bước đến bên anh đi đừng suy nghĩ chi bởi vì nếu không là một đôi thì vô lý alright có bao nhiêu cuộc trò chuyện ngăn đêm và mong cho tiếng yêu thương này được gọi tên chẳng có gì đâu babe muốn nói một câu babe fall in love is show and never stop
lần đầu anh gặp bồi hồi con tim loạn nhịp nhưng vẫn muốn nói chắc đã lỡ yêu em rồi về nhà dọn dẹp đồ đạc cuốn gói em bảo đi đâu anh bảo về nhà ba mẹ xem mắt chút thôi giật mình tỉnh giấc nằm ngay ghế đá em đã đứng trước sẵn rồi anh nhát lắm không biết tán tỉnh em không yêu cũng đừng bướng bỉnh em từ xa anh đã đứng nhìn em lại chợt anh chợt đứng hình anh nghĩ lúc đó chắc anh còn đang say nắng mà thôi anh sợ anh theo không kịp thì em đã cùng nơi xa rồi anh nghĩ muốn tán tỉnh em thì phải gọi tổng là tình yêu cố gắng trở nên chỉnh chu đời mình bắt đầu vào tìm hiểu.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first ever Silicon Valley Vietnamese American Community Empowerment Symposium. If y'all could clap it up. Get the energy going. Okay. My name is Philip Nguyen. I'm so glad to welcome you all here to the Vietnamese American Cultural Center. We're really proud to have this event. We've been putting a lot of time and effort into this event. So before we start, I just want to thank all of our volunteers, to the VAC, for hosting us, and to all of you who are here in person, who are joining us via Zoom virtually, or who are watching us on our Facebook live stream. And so at this point, we're going to get our program started because we got a lot of program throughout the next day or throughout today, right? So we've got 3 panels. We have 2 in the morning. We're going to take a break for lunch. And then we're going to come back for a 3rd panel and then break out into breakout rooms. And for lunch, for those of y'all that are who are in person, if you can look around, we have some maps that are provided by Friends of Hue Foundation for us to talk about redistricting in Santa Clara County and San Jose, which is an incredibly pertinent issue for our community today, right? So we have all of that to look forward to. For those of y'all who are in person, we have some snacks at the back. We do ask that you keep your masks on while we're inside, except for when you're eating or drinking, just so that we can follow COVID protocols. For those of y'all who are on Zoom or in the live stream, feel free to get up and get snacks. And without further ado, I would like to introduce to you all our president of our board of directors, Mr. Atkinson Tran.
Hello, thank you, Philip. Welcome, everyone. As Philip mentioned, I'm Atkinson Tran, president of the Vietnamese American Roundtable. First off, I want to thank everyone for being here today, especially to our volunteers, our panelists, moderators, staff, audience, community members, and partners. This Vietnamese American Empowerment Symposium would not be possible without all of you here today. Additionally, I would like to recognize Friends of Hue, Jenny Do and Yun Do for their redistricting efforts today. So as Philip mentioned, that will be during lunch. So please take time to check out these amazing maps that are presented here today. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought on compounding challenges of political polarization, systemic racism, and xenophobia. We have the opportunity today to identify solutions and address those issues today. Working in this field, we know that not one person, not one organization can do it alone. It takes collaboration and working together to realize our collective impact and to unlock solutions to these social challenges. This journey is far from finished, but we can tackle this together, starting with the actions identified today. Please share your experience so that we can be the change our community needs. The strategies and lessons learned today will become the roadmap of how the Vietnamese American community will collaborate to address the issues of inequity and injustice. I'll turn it back to Philip and the team to get started. Thank you all.
Thank you, And at this point in time, just good morning, everyone. Again, if you want to take a little stretch break, hopefully you had a chance to check in. And really quickly, again, I want to remind everyone that if you need or require Vietnamese live interpretation, we have our wonderful translators, Dylan Dull and Nguyen Pham, who will be supporting. And we have a translation system up front that you can rent with if you let us borrow your driver's license. And again, to kind of reiterate what Atkinson had said, right? The goal of this symposium is really for us to convene for the first time in a long time, in person, virtually, through Facebook live stream, and foster a space for our community members, organizers, and organizations to continue to, 1, recognize the issues impacting our families, 2, reflect upon and learn from our shared experiences and histories, and then 3, strategize ways for us to take action towards empowering ourselves and our communities to build political power, right? And again, if you see up front, there are 2 poster boards. There are QR codes on those poster boards. So if you take out your phone and take a picture of those QR codes, it will take you to our virtual program website where you can see the lineup for all of our panels. And so without further ado, I want to introduce our first panel for today. And this first panel, we're really thinking about our community responses from the pandemic on the ground, right? What was happening at the onset of the pandemic? How are we supporting each other? How did it reveal to us that we might have been more vulnerable and less equipped to deal with the ramifications of crises then, right? And in the same way, how did our community come together in community spirit, in strength, and in resiliency to support one another, right? And for this panel, I'd like to introduce the moderator, Huy Trung, who will introduce our panelists to you all for today. Huy?
Thank you, Philip. Thank you all. I'd like to now welcome up our first panel, Linda from the Nail Salon Collaborative, Nguyen Pham, we're from the city of San Jose, and Nguyen Vo from ICANN. Please come on up. And grab a seat anywhere you like. And just so everyone is aware of our protocols for our panelists, we welcome all to join us up here. If there's any problems hearing us, let us know. We want everyone to wear masks, but if there's any issues, we will say that you can pull your mask down a little bit so that you can speak into the mic. And after every panel, we do wipe it down so that make sure that we're following COVID protocols. I'm going to take a seat here. Good morning again. My name is Huy Tran. I'm one of the board members for the Vietnamese American Roundtable. We have a distinguished panel today to really just size up and assess what the past 18 months have been like for our community and for our community members as we dealt with the single worst public health crisis that many of us have ever experienced. And it's important to take this moment to reflect because, as was mentioned before, this is our first in-person gathering for VAR in a long time. And while others may have started this process already, we're starting to feel that people can come together. But as we do that, we need to also understand what we have all gone through. So I want to take a quick moment to introduce each of our panelists, and we will move into our first question. First to my right is Nguyen Pham. Nguyen immigrated to the United States as a young person with his parents. He wanted to give back and started by helping monolingual Vietnamese seniors. Nguyen was eventually introduced to the unhoused community. He wanted to help, and he started using his own funds to feed unhoused folks and feed the community, helping connect people to jobs and also assisting unhoused individuals with claiming their stimulus checks. In November of 2020, sorry.
Right off the bat, right? There you go. In November of 2020,
Nguyen was one of 5 volunteers at Grace Baptist Church who were stabbed by a homeless man who he was trying to help. Just 1 week after the incident, Nguyen started coming back to serve homeless individuals again. Currently, Nguyen is a business analyst for the city of San Jose, and during his free time, he continues to volunteer with the unhoused community and leads a scholarship project to help send Vietnamese students with disabilities to school. Please welcome Nguyen. To his right, we have Linda Do from Blossom Nail Spa, and also a very, very strong advocate for nail salons in our community. Linda is a proud mother, wife, a Vietnamese American woman, and owner of Blossom Nail Spa with over 10 years of experience in the nail salon industry, something I'm sure many of us are familiar with because it is such a mainstay in the Vietnamese community. We are the first, Blossom Nail Spa is the first Santa Clara County certified healthy nail salon. This program was launched in 2015 by the county, giving thousands of workers a non-toxic and healthy work environment. It started a movement across the state and nation, and the spa also provides a comfortable experience for their clients, and their technicians are their #1 priority. So if anybody wants to get their nails done, please support Blossom Nail Spa. Please welcome Linda. And lastly, we have Nguyen Vo. Nguyen, it's the second Nguyen. Nguyen was born and raised in Da Nang, Vietnam, also where my family hails from. She and her family moved to the United States when she was 20. She graduated from San Jose State with a bachelor's degree in public health, and she specializes in community health promotion. She's also responsible for developing and implementing health programs, raising awareness and about important issues, and putting public health initiatives in place. She joined ICANN in 2020 as an intern and continues her full-time job there as an FRC assistant manager. At ICANN, she has the opportunity to reach out to the Vietnamese community in San Jose, listen to and aid with what the community needs, and most importantly, helps people understand the importance of public health. And please, everyone, welcome Nguyen Vo. So let us begin with our first question. I mean, the past 18 months have certainly been a world and life-changing experience. So let's just find out from our individual panelists, how did the pandemic impact you? How did it impact your livelihood? And we'll start with Nguyen.
So for my livelihood, for my family, yeah, the pandemic really impacted me personally, because I'm a person that like to go to the gym a lot, and the pandemic really sort of put a stall onto my physical health. And but that's for myself. I am privileged enough to have a job where I can work from home, and working from home, I have the ability to volunteer my time with the community online. And I have learned so much during the pandemic that our small businesses really suffered financially during the pandemic. So it's really something that I try to be concerned about when I'm out there doing outreach to the community.
Hello. Well, first off, I want to say thank you for having me here. And so what the pandemic has taught me as an individual was that we, as a community, we had to come together. I own a nail salon, and I always say that I'm always so privileged to be born and raised here and be educated here. But unfortunately for my staff, they're mainly Vietnamese young immigrant women who were very lost in this time. And as an owner, I felt that I had to, stand up and really be outspoken and kind of let everybody know what's going on. Because our nail salons were closed for like nearly 9 months, and that's like a year. And most of these women are single moms and need a source of income. And Vietnamese people who come here do nails as a living to support their family and kids. And to have that financial the money just stop like that without any help or any aid, it was very financially stressful and mentally hurtful for all of us. And so I just learned that we had to restructure our business, speak out, and unite to have everyone have our voices heard and know what the issue is, and to communicate better with our community.
Hi, everyone. My pleasure to be here with everyone today. At the same thing, so for when pandemic hit, everyone have the hard time with finance, like we lost job. For my family, they work in the factory and the restaurant. So when the business closed, they have no job. And you know, for Vietnamese people, they think that money is their secure. Without money, they don't feel safe. And the other one, I agree that the mental health is really the big problem. So we have 4 people in our family, and we rarely communicate with each other because of our schedule, our time working. And then COVID is the time everyone stay home, and we have a lot of conflict between 4 of us first. And we realize that we don't really understand each other's, and we think that when pandemic hit, everyone's stressed by themselves, and then they bring that stress to the family. So that's why we have a really hard time to understand everybody in the house, to help each other during the first 5 months when pandemic starts.
You know, those are some really solid points to bring up. You know, my mom owns a nail salon, and when the pandemic first began, she closed up just because, you know, because everybody was doing that, right? We're trying to keep everybody safe. But as time went on, it just got harder and harder. And you definitely have to start thinking about your future. And it's a scary thought when you can't work for that long. So, you know, the mental health impacts were real. I know during the pandemic, like when I was privileged enough to be able to work from home, you know, as an attorney, my partner says that the only thing lawyers really need is the internet, a printer, and a laptop, and you're good to go. If you didn't hear Wynn's question, he just asked, what's a printer? I think I just dated myself. So we all recognize our impacts on ourselves, and that's how we experience the pandemic. But these folks were invited to the panel because beyond seeing what happened to ourselves, there was we saw what was happening in our community, and each of these individuals stepped up in a way to try to help out. So a follow-up question to this is, you know, in your work, in your capacity, what did you recognize as the immediate needs and obstacles to surviving the pandemic, and what actions or adaptations needed to be made in response to that? Why don't you go first?
So for throughout this whole pandemic, what I experienced was the lack of communication and translation to the Vietnamese community, because when we were shut down, part of the community, like myself, I was born here, so I understand English, which is a privilege, right? And I would understand what were the rules, why we had to stay home, what we had to do, or when we were planning to open, or what we had to do to plan to prepare for our reopening. There were not enough translations in our government publications that caused a lot of confusion, which caused a lot of fear and miscommunication, which caused, to me, thought a lot of divide, because, you know, we didn't know what was true, what was correct, or what was not.
Yes, I do agree that the language barriers. Also, I noticed that Asian American, they have lack of access for internet. So even we do have the website of Santa Clara Public Health. They do have Vietnamese on there, but they don't know how to log in to see the informations. And even they see the information, they don't have enough like knowledge to understand like what difference between the COVID and flu. They see the symptom is so exactly same. So that's why they confuse. They say, oh, the pandemic is not survived. It's just because you spread out the word and the people trust that. Some people don't trust that the COVID as it during the first few months. So I see a lot of things around Asian American, but I think that lack of knowledge, lack of access of internet, and language barrier is the 3 main things they face too.
For my part, as Huy mentioned in his really thoughtful introduction, that I serve the unhoused, the people with disability, and the Vietnamese community, so I can tackle the barriers for all those 3 communities. For the people who have no homes, right? How do you shelter in place when you don't have a home? And then when public restrooms are closed, when you are homeless, homeless folks need to use public restrooms. So a lot of public restrooms are closed at the library. They don't have access to water. They don't have access to food and wash themselves. And so you know that that's caused a lot of health problems. For the community with disability that I serve, I work directly with a lot of people who are blind. And you know how a blind person navigate through life is by touching, by feeling, smelling, and tasting, right? The pandemic put a very, very hard, put very hard hardship on the blind communities for them to navigate through everyday lives. And now the Vietnamese community that I serve, as Linda mentioned, not only that the access to Vietnamese translation is limited, but also when the PPP and the EIDL loans, PPP stand for Paycheck Protection Programs and EIDL stand for Economic Injury Disaster Loans Program that came out, a lot of the informations were in English, and even you find a flyer that is Vietnamese, but when you click on the link, it opens up to 30 pages that are in English loan application. Your bank lenders don't speak Vietnamese. You go to a financial tech company that help you with your PPP application. They don't have the staff capacity to help you with your application. So it's very hard for our Vietnamese community, especially the small business one.
I mean, that is so key. Can I tell you, when the pandemic first started, it felt like every single day, there was new information coming out, and it wasn't being translated, and it wasn't being disseminated to Vietnamese communities or to monolingual communities, period. I mean, I know that from VAR's perspective, we pivoted immediately to start doing weekly live streams that could be done bilingually. We were trying to translate. We started up our newsletter where we were trying to get information translated and sent out on a weekly basis, or at times there was a daily basis. When this all first started, I feel like a lot of folks in our community had to step up and really make sure that key critical information was being sent out. I mean, as simple as just getting it out in Vietnamese, right? That was a wild, let's say, 2 months where every single day something was changing, every single day. So, I mean, let's talk about that though, right? I mean, everybody here stepped up in some way during the pandemic. Oh, thank you. I was wondering what that was. Everybody was stepping up in a particular certain way, and many people in our audience stepped up to try to provide support where it was needed. So, why don't we start with you, Nguyen? From your experience, I mean, from the onset, sorry, Nguyen Ball. All right. From your experience, what did the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic reveal in terms of how support for our community fell short?
Oh, yeah. So first, let's talk about the public health. So I graduated from the public health majors, and not too much Vietnamese people understand what public health is. What does public health do for community, and how can public health help community? It seemed like my family too, when I assigned to study public health, and my family say that, oh, you don't have enough English, because I first came here when I was 20, and I start learning English from ESLs. And they say the public health is the one that you speak up at the communities, let communities understand you without the English. How can you express the thing to community, and how can they understand you? So that is the one they hit me, and then I try my best to get the degree on that one. I want to prove to them that I can do it, and I can. My goal is bring everything that I learned from public health and bring it to like closer than to Vietnamese community. So that's why I see I can. So they help Vietnamese community, and I try to come there. And I see that the big problem is they not really just the public health policy and on the announce from the public health. They don't really just us yet. They still think around it, and they have the way they think. We cannot force them here. They have a lot of freedom, So it's not in Vietnamese. In Vietnam, they say A and then you have to do A. Now it's not, when they say A, they would say B, C. So, at the assistant at ICANN, I hold the main phone. And then when people calling me and asking me, I give them the information based on whatever I see from the Santa Clara Public Health website. But they ask me, is it true? How can I answer that? I say, oh, it's come from Santa Clara County, those. And then even though, so you see that the language barriers, have you imaged that Vietnamese people, they don't understand Vietnamese word? Like when I translate it for them by Vietnamese, they still don't understand it. What does that mean? So I see that there is a deeply understand the public health role. That is the most important. I want to say it right now.
So the question was the support for the Vietnamese community that has fallen short during the pandemic. Yeah, as I mentioned, the support for small businesses that are Vietnamese, monolingual Vietnamese business owners. And yeah, the translations are there, but it stops at a flyer. I'm just going to leave it as that. We need to invest more in staffing, hiring more Vietnamese people who are bilingual, like Nguyen Võ and Linda here. I come across a lot of Vietnamese people who experience homelessness, and a lot of them deal with family conflict, as well as problem gambling and drinking issues, substance use. And there is a need to have, there's a need that I feel like we need to have that conversation with our community within our families about seeking help, seeking therapy, and that's not a shame. It's never a shame to seek help, right, for your mental health and everything. So like to go back to Nguyen Vã's point about family conflict during the pandemic, I run into a few homeless friends who have got kicked out during the pandemic, who moved here from a different state for a job, and then the job turned out to be laying him off. So he's on the street sleeping. So it's very hard for him to get back on his feet.
What fell short? So I felt that our community should unite. We have more resources to the Vietnamese community, language barrier, cultural barriers, a resource so that, you know, young immigrant women have, so because of the shutdown, when we reopened, childcare was like a main issue. When we were shut down for 9 months, and when we reopened, half of my staff could not go back to work. Schools were closed. There were not daycares that, you know, that my staff could afford. So that was something that was very difficult. And I feel that we lack of, and we would need more of a community to unite to help for our young mothers, single moms that don't have some source of daycare for them, so that they can go to work and provide for their family.
That human infrastructure is important, isn't it? So, you know, and that's actually a solid transition point, though. I mean, because one of the things that I saw that fell short for us was really language access. And we did see, you know, improvement in that over time. But the surprise to me was just, we had gone through this before, and not the pandemic, but we had gone through a crisis before, in the 2017 floods. And from that, it was surprising to see that we hadn't learned in the way that we thought we should have learned. I mean, I will say that the county turned around real quick to really get some solid support and resources out. It took a little time to build up, to the city a little bit longer, you know, but they did catch up eventually. But the question that kind of crossed my mind was, why wasn't it immediate when we had already gone through something like this? We had already gone through a crisis before. And I think that's something that, you know, we have to start thinking about proactively. So this is my last question for the panel before we open it up for questions to you all, right? How do we implement and set preventative measures to protect our community, especially those in our community who are most vulnerable? Like, what are your thoughts on what we can do to step ahead of this problem in the future? And why don't we circle back to Will?
The unhoused community needs housing, and we just the housings are not being built fast enough, right? It costs about $500,000 to $800,000 for a housing unit to be built, and it takes about 3 to 5 years to build them, right? Well, during the pandemic, Governor Newsom lifts a whole bunch of red tape on CEQA review so that affordable housing projects get built faster. However, we need to move a bit faster. Then the numbers sometimes don't add up. Preventative measures for the pandemic. The pandemic has taught us that shelters sometimes don't work, because if we have another airborne virus like this, stuffing 200 people into a shelter will not gonna work. So we have to help people. We just buy our hotels and things like that, right? You already know all the hotels project, the home key, the room key turning into home key projects that Governor Newsom has put a lot of investment in. Other preventative measures could be providing extremely low income folks with some sort of training that is not soft skill training, technical training. And then when I say technical training, like coding and getting them back to work, instead of investing a whole lot of money into soft skill training like resume writing, how to shake hands, how to give good eye contact. Those things we probably don't need to spend much money in. Yeah.
Some preventative measures I would suggest is to have the translation to the Vietnamese community in a timely manner, so that we can communicate what we need and to have that understanding understood throughout. And like, Wayne said that even when we translate in Vietnamese, because Vietnamese is kind of it could mean a lot of different things, somehow have some sort of source where it's open, like I have an open forum to kind of ask questions and answers to kind of clear any misunderstandings or miscommunications, to educate our community, to provide, daycare services, make it accessible for families, so that if something was to happen, they can still be able to work.
And for me, I recognize that 3 groups that they really need help. First is senior. I have a lot of experience helping senior. The social service office, they closed. So that is where they come to get help, because there they can speak Vietnamese and they have Vietnamese worker there to help them. But now they closed, and they try to call us over the phone. And, I cannot limit it. We cannot help everything. We just try the best, whatever I understand. I try to help them. But sometimes I have to transfer them to the social services. And you know how long they waiting for the social services officer answer them? 2 hours. And then they scared. They call me back and say, nobody answer my phone. They don't wait that long. So they thought that they closed and nobody work. And, we have a lot of support. That is the basic need, like food, housing. We do have a lot of information about that, but it's not come to Vietnamese community yet. They don't know where to get that information. The second group I want to talk about, that is the new immigrant. So, in 2020, we have some new immigrants still come to the US, and they know nothing. They have no English. They don't know where to go to help. They don't know any phone number. In Vietnam, they can call 1800 or something like that. So everybody know everything, so they can ask. But when they come here, nobody know. Even the people live here for a long time, they don't know too much Vietnamese. Organization can help those people. And the third one, I recognize that is children. So I have 6 months, 7 months working as the cultural broker at ICANN. So I see that a lot of conflict, a lot of difficulties that the children's facing right now, that's the mental health. So they study at home, they open the laptop, but they didn't know what the teachers say about. So they open the laptop and they sleep. It's not the same like they go to school and they study in person, interacting. And because they spend 24 hours, 12 hours per day with the parents, and the culture conflict has happened. And a lot of children facing with the suicidal thought, and they want to leave the house because they think that parents don't support them because they don't understand each other's. And so I see that's the three groups that we need more to we need more support. I try to help the children with the therapist, counseling, but you know, calling them, it takes a long time. Nobody available at that time. We short up the therapist and counseling.
Thank you. And you know, I will say this though, before we turn it over to open it up to questions. You know, 18 months is a long time to be in a crisis mode. And one of the things that came out of this was innovation. I mean, one of the programs that I thought was, incredibly impactful was seeing how the county decided to adopt a community model for how we educate and inform the community about important updates and important information. The community ambassador program was, I thought, a very effective way to create partnerships between the county and the community organizations that already exist to work, send information out that way. The regular COVID-19 updates, the stakeholder meetings that were being set up showed a good way where community-based organizations can partner with our local agencies to really ensure that support is provided to the community. So at least from my end, I hope that moving forward, we can continue to build on that model. So we have a few minutes. I want to open it up, of course, to questions, and that can include our virtual community here. So if anybody has a question for our panel, as we've kind of to focus on the beginning of the pandemic and how it impacted us, we can open it up now. So yes, please. Yeah. May I have your name? Daniel? Haingo. Ohio. I mean, that's phenomenal feedback, right? I mean, just being able to identify what the needs are from an early position, it really helps out. You know, one of the things that I witnessed during the pandemic was people in our community stepping up to try to support each other through mutual aid networks, right? It wasn't a list. I mean, having that list would be phenomenal, right? But what it was simply was, if somebody needed something, they go into a mutual aid network, right? Hey, I don't have food for this week. Can somebody help me out? You know, pandemic is keeping me home. I can't go out and pick up my medication. Can somebody help me? Right? The mutual aid network it just came out of nowhere, and it happened all over the place. And it was a phenomenal way to show how people can just help people, right? Y'all have any feedback for the suggestion from Hayo?
I can sort of piggyback on your mutual aid stuff. I worked directly with a lot of Vietnamese leaders or Vietnamese organizers who really stepped up during the pandemic. Just Vietnamese people only. So I have Kelly La from Hello Angels Foundation. She went out and feed the unhoused every single day during the pandemic, putting herself at risk, spending, don't tell anyone, but $17,000 of her own money without getting a reimbursement.
Win says don't tell anybody, but he just told everybody.
So she's just an amazing Vietnamese lady that we all can look up to. In front of me, I have Jenny Do, who kind of stepped up with the census, putting herself at risk again alongside with ICANN and VAR to go door knocking at the residents' home to invite them to complete the census, because every census completed will bring us up to $2,000 for the next every year for the next 10 years, right? Jenny Doe also built coffins for people who died during the pandemic. We have people who step up like Liva in the back there who serve as a point person for the Vietnamese community for public health information, for vaccine information. And then we have SJVRC, the Vietnamese group that runs to raise funds. They also serve the homeless community as well. So there's really mutual aid folks really coming out and help.
Any other feedback? No? If not, well, we can open up to the next question. So I love the feedback. We're gonna share the room though. How about Kevin? Yeah.
I had a question about, thank you. I had a question about how do you find the balance between acting and disseminating questions quickly versus making sure that you have like quality resources and accurate information?
To repeat the question, I believe the question was, how do you balance between acting quickly and making sure that we actually get reliable and critical support that's more thoughtful, that's built out? If I can rephrase the question, I think the question is like, how do we balance speed versus reliability and stable support?
For my experience through the nail salon, when we had some, let's say the governor would release some sort of information, I would contact the people that I knew, reach out to, the community and ask them, is this true? What's going on? To kind of get some sort of translation in between, because my staff would like, oh, we're opening, we're doing this and so on and forth. Then I try to do my best to get the information that I get accurately to tell the community or the people that I know. And from there, it would spread. But then again, between communicating from one person to another, we get miscommunication. But that's how we came about this. I had to be proactive and kind of reach out to certain people I knew in certain political leaderships for help and guidance.
For me, so usually I do the research by myself first. I do like so I know during the pandemic, what is the basic need? They need food, they need housing, and they need safety, right? So I have to have that resource in my desk first, and then whatever they're calling me and I asking, I have that number right away. But I always spend my Monday to call those departments to see that they still working, the food still available, they still process with the medical and the housing. When the people calling me and exactly we still misunderstand, like even they talk, the department tell us and we tell back to the client something misunderstand in between. Yes, that's true. So I usually bring the client to the line to me to talk directly, three-way between ICANN, client, and the department they need. So that is the way that I help clients.
Yeah, thank you. And just one bit of feedback too on that point. I just remember early on in the pandemic, literally my full-time job became research. So, and the issue was because we needed to be fast, but we also needed to be accurate with how much things were changing. So I also want to take a quick second to welcome some of our new guests here. Xin chào bác. Có mặt hôm nay. We have time for one more, and I saw a lot of hands. I appreciate that. We have a tough schedule follow. I have time for one more, and I see Tanya's hand, please. Please.
I wanna work for them. I'm just kidding. No, I don't want to put her on the spot, but Liva is in the room and she's super involved. Can Liva? She's here. Yeah, she's really involved with the Vietnamese American Service Center. So she kind of my go-to person for all of the services that for the Vietnamese community. I know chị Betty Young has been doing such a phenomenal job with the center as well. So definitely, I know that the center will have senior health programs. Yeah, and those are the community that Nguyen Võ here serves, and I love so much. And definitely, we will definitely be collaborating for future. Yeah.
Very true. And I think the pandemic definitely showed that all of us have to value mental health a lot more and incorporate it into any response or any plan that we have. Dr. Ho, I apologize. I think we have to transition off, but please keep the energy going because we have other great panelists today too. I want to make sure that I thank Nguyen, and Linda. It just sounds like like a Vietnamese law firm. I want to thank Nguyen and Linda for being here today to start off our very important discussions for our first ever symposium. Thank you very much for being here, and we'll continue on with our program. I'm going to hand it back to Philip. Thank you all very much.
One panelist. Hello, check. All right. And really quickly, we've got a stacked program, and so I want to apologize first that we might not be able to get to everyone's questions. And again, like we're really trying to think of this this program as a way for us to have conversations and dialogue with one another, a little bit of a back and forth. If we could dim the lights for a second, actually. And we won't be able, I know the panelists won't be able to address these questions, but we have a few questions from the audience. And it might even be helpful that, you know, if you all here in person or anyone on the live stream or in the audience would want to participate in the questions that we have, you can go to menti.com and then use this code for our more tech savvy folks. But I just wanted to go through at least talk about the questions that were asked from the first panel, because I think they segue really nicely into our second panel as we start thinking more about the systemic and structural inequities and inequalities that we face, right? And so just really quickly, someone mentioned that they're grateful to hear from Linda about the disproportionate impact to women and working families with the lack of childcare, and especially with working families that women have to bear the brunt of childcare, right? A couple more questions. I'm just going to quickly scroll through them as we transition. How we mobilize Vietnamese Americans to support these issues within our community, right? To be able to work towards what financial freedom and financial stability for our community looks like. Thinking about bigger AAPI issues, cross-ethnic solidarity, right? And the sort of fractured state of the AAPI community, which I think we'll be getting to in the second presentation. Whether we know about these pre-existing conditions, and maybe this might be a question on the side for our public health specialists, right? Regarding diabetes, heart disease, other comorbidities with the COVID-19 virus. For Nguyen Pham, and maybe we'll have Nguyen hop on the Zoom to answer this one, but the community's view, the Vietnamese community's view on homelessness, right? Because there are a lot of folks in our Asian communities that oppose services to the homeless for one reason or another, right? And so I think another point to make as we kind of get through these last couple of questions is, you know, we started talking about mental health and we started talking about communication and how we communicate with one another about these issues. And I just want to add in here that hopefully this first symposium is not the last symposium, that we can continue to have events like this and come together in community across generations to talk about these issues that so impact us so greatly, right? Whether we know it or not. And so we're really grateful to the first panel for helping us recognize some of the initial responses from the ground during the pandemic. And as I'd like to welcome our second panel panelists to start transitioning in, because I have a little bit of an activity as y'all transition in. To the second panel, if everyone wants to take out their phone, actually, if you could, and check out the, go onto the Menti. I'm gonna ask the second panel to start transitioning. Oh, where's that? Okay, let me just go ahead and refresh this page. If you go to menti.com and use the code, after each panel, we have a quiz. Not that this is a class or anything, but we want to be able to reflect on everything that we've talked about, right? And so we have a little bit of a quiz to hopefully get folks engaged. So question 1 of 2, if y'all have your phones out, you can go to Menti, MENTI.com. Wait, it's 9467-1413. Is it on the screen? Oh, it's kind of dim, huh? It's MENTI.com. And then the code again is 9467-1413. 9467-1413. Okay, is everyone on? Once you're on, just look back at me and I'll stare into your beautiful eyes. Okay. Okay, everyone ready? I think the little bubbles popping up, if you look at this screen, say the code one more time, 9467-1413. The website is menti.com. We're trying to bring our community into the 21st century, right? Especially, through the pandemic, we learned how to use a lot of virtual ways of getting folks engaged. Okay, everyone ready? We're getting our panelists set up. All right. The first question. All right, if you answer faster, you'll get more points. On March 11, 2020, the WHO declared COVID-19 a global pandemic, its first time since H1N1 in 2009. Where is the WHO headquartered? Oh, it's fast. Okay, Geneva, Switzerland. Wow. Okay, nice. We might have some raffle prizes, if for the person who gets the most points. Next question. By Proclamation 9994, the Trump administration declared a national emergency concerning the COVID-19 pandemic. And then for question 2, it's going to pop up. A Vietnamese COVID-19 PSA jingle called Gan Covid, Jealous COVID, went viral in 2020 after being featured on this show. What show was it? Ooh, Last Week Tonight with John Oliver. Okay, I can't see the leaderboard, but for those of y'all that are participating, hopefully you're at the top. Y'all remember the Gan Govi challenge, right? Question 3. Where do instances of Stop AAPI hate occur the most? Between March 2020 and June 30th. Workplace, online, or in public? Public? Correct. Nice. Easy one. Everyone's on the same page about that one. Okay. And so we want to be able to transition into panel 2, and we are stalling. Everyone see, we're still in the dark, so. Yeah. Could you turn back on the light? Ooh, welcome back. So we'll give it a couple minutes. Our moderator is arriving. Okay. Christina Johnson will be our moderator. Christine, do you have the notes? And for the second panel, for those of y'all on Zoom, we're gonna make sure to set some time to answer some of your questions from Zoom this time around. So we'll set some time for that. We'll also be using a Menti to collect them. We're also on Facebook live stream right now. If anyone wants to share. And thank you all for being patient with us. You know, we're getting used to having in-person events again. We're working with the tech. We appreciate everyone's time. Thank you all so much for your flexibility. And does everyone have a mic? Oh. Here, go to Jenny. So I will pass it over to Christina Johnson, who will be our moderator for the second panel.
Hi all. Oh, can you hear me? I'm gonna take this off. Hi all. Can everyone hear me? Okay, great. So thank you for coming today. We're excited to kick off our second panel, which I will be your moderator. My name is Christina Johnson. I am VAR's board vice president. So we're gonna start off with intros. So I'm gonna start off to my right. Mimi Nguyen is a San Jose native born and raised by Vietnamese immigrant parents. As a product of Eastside Union High School District, she went off to University of UC Davis to receive her BA in Economics and Communications and minors in Managerial Economics. She worked as a nonprofit attorney for a while and recently stepped into her role as executive director at Step Forward Foundation. So everyone, please welcome Mimi. And next I have Thu Wat. She's been working in public health and healthcare for over 2 decades. Her research, service, and advocacy work has been grounded in her own lived experience. As a young child, Dr. Wat and her family immigrated as refugees from Vietnam, and she has served as a child interpreter and patient navigator for her parents. These experiences have inspired her in her public health journey. She is a nationally renowned researcher with a focus on community-based research on Asian Americans and immigrant populations, including examining occupational exposures and health impacts among Vietnamese nail salon workers. Everyone, please welcome Dr. Wat for joining us. Thank you. And then next, last but not least, we have Jenny Do, which I'm sure no one needs an introduction to Jenny. She's just amazing. Jenny, do you want to say a few words about yourself? Because for some reason, I don't have your bio here.
I'm a troublemaker. That's what I am. I'm so honored to be here. And my name is Jenny Do, and I'm on behalf of Friends of Hue Foundation. I'm also here with my partner in crime, Mr. Dan Do. So we are here to support the young, the old, and the future. So thank you, and I'm very proud to be here on this panel.
Thank you so much. And I also just got news that our moderator is here, Betty Young. So I'm going to be handling the mic off to her.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. How are you? Hey, my little girl is here, so I have to impress her. Good morning, everyone. How are you? That's super helpful. That's super helpful. See, Harper, you want to say ciao? Ciao các bạn. No, I didn't even put you on the spot. She just started Vietnamese school, so she's learning a lot of new terms and terminology. And I want to this event here today is part of her education. It's part of my parenting plan too. Okay. So xin chào quý vị, mình tên là Betty Dương, hôm nay sẽ là moderator, I don't know the Vietnamese word for that, và sẽ ráng để giúp trao đổi với các bạn. Hôm nay và bên đây là có đứa con gái của mình nó mới bắt đầu đi học tiếng Việt, giờ cho nên hôm nay nó tới luôn. Okay, but she's a little shy. She's gonna be mad at me for putting her on the spot like this in a few years. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. And what we want to do today is that we're gonna have a conversation about lessons learned on structural inequalities and systemic inequities. So that's something that really became apparent during the pandemic, more so about what health disparities, social disparities, economic disparities look like, and more so during the pandemic, what the outcome of those disparities look like. Thưa quý vị, hôm nay mình sẽ trò chuyện với nhau về những cái sự mà Và very xin lỗi là tiếng Việt của Betty nó vẫn còn hơi kém, đang ráng tập nhưng mà sẽ ráng thông dịch. Giờ xin nhờ chị Jenny đỡ. Chị của em hồi nào tới giờ giúp em tiếng Việt, chị có thể nhảy vô giúp em. Okay. Em có người thông dịch, thank you. But, những cái sự công bằng không công bằng trong xã hội đó, bây giờ trong cái thời gian mà có Covid đó, cái Covid đó, trong tiếng Anh đó, có nhiều người nói đó là có những cái sự không có công bằng á, trong vấn đề sức khỏe, vấn đề kinh tế, vấn đề đi làm, right? Những cái quyền lợi của người đi làm á, nó đã bị nó ảnh hưởng thêm vì cái vụ Covid. So hôm nay mình sẽ trò chuyện với nhau, mình bàn những chuyện này. So we're going to go into the first question, my friends. Light topic, you know, light discussion. Let's see here. Sorry, get my notes together. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so you go ahead.
So, hello, everyone. My name is Thu Guat, and it's a great honor to be here, especially because I grew up in San Jose, right by Lion Plaza, and actually my brother and sister are here. I'm going to take the time to do a presentation, if that's okay, and if we can dim the lights. I'm sorry. I know I'm supposed to just speak, but sometimes the pictures and the graphs say so much. So I work at Asian Health Services, and I'm going to be the incoming president there. And I'm going to talk about how we respond. Thank you. How we responded to a dual pandemic of both COVID and racism that was affecting our Asian American and Pacific Islander community. Next slide. So just a little bit about Asian Health Services. We've been around since 1974. We're federally funded to really be able to serve about 50,000 patients in English and in 14 languages. And key to this is not just about providing the medical, dental, and behavioral health care, but also advocating on the issues that really impact our patients and our community. And a quote that my current CEO says is, it's really not about how many patients we serve, but how many assert their rights to healthcare. And I think this came through really prominently during the pandemic. The photo you see there is actually a general patient meeting. We would bring about 500 patients. We would have it simultaneously interpreted in about 12 different Asian languages. And it was not just our chance to share the issues, but to hear from our community. And it's always been a signature program for us. And just imagining our dental program, you know, about 14, 15 years ago, we didn't want to do dental. And one of the patients at this meeting stood up and said, how do you expect us to have good health if we don't even have good teeth? And that statement really drove us to say, we have to think more broadly about health. I'm assuming I can control this thing now. It's not, oh, it's narrow. It's not working. Are you able to advance? Sorry, thanks, Phil. So when COVID hit, it was really sad. It was right before public charge was taking effect. Public charge was a rule that the Trump administration had tried to put through that would penalize people for using things like Medi-Cal, food assistance, housing, many of the same types of programs that help our families when we first came here to the US. It came through into effect on February 24th. Right on the beginning of March is when shelter in place took effect. So imagine the community's already scared. And then the anti-Asian attacks happened. It was happening earlier than that. We saw shops close. We saw patients and everyone go underground. So Asian Health Services is mostly located in Oakland, Chinatown. And around us is neighborhoods like the Little Saigon in Oakland. And many of the Asians live in that area. All of a sudden it was empty. And it was empty not just because people were afraid of COVID, but they were afraid of being attacked. And that's what we were seeing. We saw people go underground. But what was hard was the narrative out there was like, you know, we weren't being impacted by COVID. If anything, we were causing COVID. It was such a horrible narrative that was being put out. And so basically our communities were being simultaneously blamed, but at the same time ignored when it came to the services that we needed. Next slide. So the data out there showed Black and Brown communities being impacted, and they really were. but we were being impacted too, and it wasn't showing. And I want to do a shout out to UCSF's team led by Dr. Tong Nguyen and Janice So, and they put out some of the first data that says actually when you look at death rates in a certain way, you see that among those who have COVID, we are dying more than the general population. And it wasn't just happening in certain areas, it was across the nation. And usually when you see these patterns, it's usually because we're not getting testing in time, or there are other types of factors that were affecting when we do have COVID that we're dying more from it. Next slide. So in June, we were hearing from our patients, our community, they were scared. There were those who were committing suicide. They were afraid to leave their homes. Our doctors, our mental health professionals were just so worried. So I decided to put out a survey, and I thought I could get maybe a few hundred. Within a month, we got 1,300 responses, and most of them were in language. A lot of the Chinese community were served. Many of them were limited English proficient and immigrants. And so really reflective of the communities that we were serving that oftentimes were not being heard. Next slide. In this data, and imagine this is in June, and I know testing was hard to come by, if only 3% of the respondents actually had gotten a COVID test. When we compared to our county in Alameda County, over 10% across other communities were getting tested. We knew something was going on, but there was no data to substantiate what we were feeling, and we needed to collect our own data. We saw that a third of them had either lost their jobs or had reduced hours. Next slide. We were also seeing that there were a lot of depression, stress that were coming out. And for our communities, it's not something that we talk about. And to see these really stark numbers was a big concern for us. Next slide. This was really interesting. We asked the question of whether they were leaving their homes. Over 70% were saying they were not leaving their homes, not just out of fear of COVID. They weren't even going to grocery shopping. There was an indication there was fear of something else that was going on, which was attacks that we knew that were happening. Next slide. So for Asian Health Services, we knew that we had to have a comprehensive approach at this, that not only addressed the outreach piece, but we needed to make sure that the testing was available to our communities, that we were involved in contact tracing to reach out to the cases themselves in language and not by the government, and that we needed to get ready for the vaccinations that were to come. And that these services, these approaches had to be grounded in culturally and linguistically competent way, meaning they had to be in language, and it also had to come from trusted providers like Asian Health Services and many of the other community health centers that are around there. Next slide. I was proud to say that after advocating, the county provided us with funding to start the first COVID community testing that we opened back in August. And right now we are at over nearly 60,000 COVID testing that we have done to the community free of cost in language. We knew that even making appointments was hard, so we started a helpline that people can call in and get the appointment. We knew that we had to be there for the community and to make it so that they felt safe to come out to get their testing and to get the services that they needed. Next slide. So this data is really important. I wanted to show this mainly, I wanted to do this slide because I wanted to show some of the data. So at our community testing site, we're able to get data. We work with the state, we work with the county. And you can see that there were many testing sites that were started, but we provided most of the services to our Asian American community. And if you go advance it a little, you see that the rate of positivity looks pretty low for Asians. It's about 2.78%. At that same time, former Assembly Member Rob Bonta passed a bill that required disaggregated data, but it didn't take effect yet. But in the COVID testing, we pushed, and so they started collecting the data in a disaggregated way, meaning you could differentiate between Chinese, Vietnamese, Korean. So we started getting that data for those that we were testing. So if you advance the slide next, you see that when we broke it down, Indian and Vietnamese had the highest rates. And at certain times, right before the holidays, I would say Vietnamese had the highest rate of COVID. I know that this was happening in Santa Clara as well. That means that there were certain communities, for whatever reason, that were more exposed and they were having more positivity. That early data made us move out our testing site to expand to other areas that had more Vietnamese in Oakland. And we were really being able to catch to diagnose those and to really help control the spread of COVID. Next slide. With that, the county also worked with us directly to start a contact tracing program. Now, contact tracing in public health is usually run by the public health department, but imagine if you're an immigrant or a refugee and getting a call from the government that you have COVID. It's really scary, no matter if the purpose is to try to get you the services that you need. So for us to take that and work directly with the county to get a call and say, Asian Health Services reaching out to you, what can we do? Can we get you, isolation homes, which some of them really needed? Can we get you some money to cover your rent because you can't go to work? Because many of them were not provided with those benefits. So we have been doing this, operating this since October of last year and are continuing to do so, and have helped over 4,000 cases in the contacts in this respect. Next slide. So when the vaccines came out, we had to move really fast, and we did. We knew that we had to get out there to help our elderly, and as well as to help the adults, the working adults that were there. To date, we have provided over 30,000 vaccinations in language. We have not only provided it at the clinics where we serve, but we have moved out to parks where communities are, to move out to schools, to move out to community centers such as this, to provide the vaccination, but in language was the key piece to it. So stories I can share with you that when we got out to a park, right where, the area where many of the Vietnamese were living, I had an elder adult come up and ask, are you open? And I said, yeah, did you want a vaccine? He says, great, I'm gonna run home. And he ran home and got his elderly grandmother, who was 97 years old, and drove her up. And she couldn't even get out of the car. So our nurse came out and actually vaccinated her in the car. We were able to provide it in language. We knew that someone like her could not get to our clinic. And so it was important that we were there. And at the same time, the county was providing these huge vaccination sites, but many of those were scary for our communities to get to because it's hard to move. There was no interpretation. There was no in-language materials. So they were relying on places like ours to provide that kind of services. Next slide. So I want to say that it wasn't just about the services we provided, but we needed to lift up the fact that language access was being ignored. So we actually took after the Stop API Hate and created what we call the Asian Am Voices website, where people can report incidents where they could not get an appointment in language. So whether you were going on site and it was not translated, whether you were calling the helpline that they give you, and they said, oh, we provide it in 50 Asian languages, and you call up and all they said is that it's in English and in Spanish. And that was what we were encountering. So we actually started this with Pivot and a number of other organizations, and we're trying to track what was happening. And the next slide, we see, I just pulled a few quotes that we've gotten. It was happening in California, it was happening in Texas, where people are saying they get to the site and there was no interpreter. And if you had gotten your vaccination, which I hope we all have, you need to be screened, you need to be explained what the side effects are. So you come there, and we were hearing that, Vietnamese fishermen in Texas were not getting the interpretation that we needed. So we actually brought this to the Department of Justice, and they were like, we're really embarrassed because there is a Title VI out there that says language access for federally funded and assisted programs is actually a civil right. So they knew they had to do something and to respond to our communities. And since then, there's been a lot of progress around that. Next slide. So I'll end with this. I think that in our continued work, we've been on the front lines of COVID. We've been ground zero for what was happening with Asian American, the anti-Asian hate. So Asian Health Services is taking on a new project where we're going to respond to it. We've created a healing center where we can take in victims and their families and those impacted by the violence at our community. We're also creating a Black Asian trauma project where we have some of the harder conversations around racial solidarity and what it means and the divisiveness of the language that's going on. And lastly, we're going to work to shift the narrative and to really make policies that can address a lot of the Asian American anti-Asian hate that's been going on. So with that, I'll stop. Thanks so much.
Can we give a round of applause? So, I think we need to share a lot of notes between our counties because, Santa Clara County, I'll just reinforce a lot of the findings that Tu was sharing with us is that, when we started our COVID response at Santa Clara County, there was not a language access unit. There was not a language access plan. We built one literally overnight. And what we saw was here in Santa Clara, we were very fortunate. What happens when there is no limitation to the resources that will be invested into something like this. So I want to also give a shout out to Lee Vo, who's here. Lee, can you just wave your hand? So Lee here is actually the lead of the Vietnamese language access unit at Santa Clara County. And under her, she oversaw a team of sometimes up to 20 people and also a team of translators creating the Vietnamese language website at the county, creating the Vietnamese language outreach plan. They had a media plan that was on 5 radio shows. I don't even know how many TV shows, and they were conducting press conferences on the daily in the Vietnamese language. And so much so that the state site was using our language, our Vietnamese language, because we realized, for those who are working the business of language access, translators do direct translation. That's what they're allowed to do by law, but for liability reasons. And what we created at the county was this new standard of second level review, where we have our translators provide first translation, then we have our subject matter experts who are bilingual and bicultural provide that second level review to make sure that the information is culturally competent. So that's something that I would like to share from the county, where language access is not just making information available on signage, but it's a whole relationship that we need to have with our communities. And we're so proud to say that in Santa Clara County, 95% of the Vietnamese population is vaccinated here in Santa Clara County. And I want to say that's thanks to you all in the audience today. Thanks to VAR, thanks to Mimi, thanks to Jenny, thanks to all the leaders and, like what the kids call older heads. That's apparently I'm in that category now, right? For mobilizing and making and pushing out the message and being our co-endorsements and co-messengers, our messengers and our partners in messaging at the county here. So I think a lot of lessons to learn, a lot of similarities of what we've been experiencing, that this setup was not there and we had to build it on the fly and we can't let it go now. So now this leads me into my next question for Jenny and for Mimi. So during the pandemic, you all have been in the community for a long time, doing the hard work, doing the daily grind. So then when the pandemic hit, what systemic inequalities really came to light or just came to rose to the top of your service model? And how did your organization pivot to meet that need? And really, I'm asking this because, number one, identify what social inequities really are pervasive. It's always been there. And what the pandemic just blew up, right? For lack of a better term. And then as we pivot, I feel like that, and you tell me if I'm wrong, but I feel like the pivoting that I've been hearing, those are the lessons learned that we need to continue into perpetuity as a community, as a society. So Jenny, I'll turn it to you first.
Thank you, Betty. First, I would like to say that we are extremely lucky to be in Santa Clara County. I can't say enough of that because during the pandemic, we can clearly see that the county that's so responsive and respond timely and care enough so that to put things in action immediately to help the community. And we are just so lucky and that we got all the vaccine and all the order come out just so timely before it hit so bad. So first and foremost, I need to thank Santa Clara County, and second is City of San Jose. However, there's still lesson to be learned. There's still things that we need to improve, and I believe our community can really learn from the past. I had no idea. For me, serving this community for more than 20 years, I'm always going around and really proud of being, hey, I'm a Santa Clara resident, right? But when 2017, when the flood hit San Jose, I opened my eye for the very first time. Oh my God. I knew that Vietnamese community did not have good standing politically, but I didn't know how bad we were. In 2017, when the flood came to city of San Jose, the majority of the victims, of the flood victims, happened to be Vietnamese folks living in an area where really condensed with housing that, like apartments and a lot of rental housing. And oh my goodness, the folks have to be rushed to extricate from their homes and then rush to all these big, forums, the libraries and the community centers. And for the first time, we learned that these services were not culturally appropriated. I mean, I can give you a few examples that the elders, wear their clothes in size 0, and they go in there for a week, 2 weeks without people call me and said, can you give me underwears that is small enough for us to wear? Or tôi cần dầu quá, tôi cần thuốc, tôi cần mắt kiếng, tôi cần tùm thum. I mean, they claim all these things, and American Red Cross could not respond to it. I mean, they don't have, underwear size 0. They don't have socks that it's really small for the elders, and folks that so scared, and they really need dầu gió. And then at that moment, we couldn't find appropriately enough to distribute. And then you can't even go in and distribute, right? So we faced with all kinds of issues. Thank God that we have Vivo, we have ICANN, we have Friends of Huế. We were on the ground and were effectively respond to the needs of the community, but it was not organized. We had to really scramble to get things done. So out of that experience, we learned, oh my God, we really need to organize ourselves, folks, because we know ourselves better than anybody, right? So that's what when Friends of Huế came out and organized an event that we trained to have Vietnamese American emergency responders. So for the first time in America, that we have 33 Vietnamese American responders to respond in time of emergencies, right? Well, we thought, well, we are so cool. Now we can deal with this disaster when the disaster hit, right? Wrong. When the pandemic came, same issues. We still faced with problems. People call us, as an attorney, I have no idea that there's so many divorces just happen overnight. Like somebody that already talked about earlier, when you have to stay together 24 hours a day, suddenly, wait, I shouldn't be married to you, and it was just really horrible, right? But we didn't have resources to respond timely. And so Friends of Huế, again, we organized ourselves. We came up with emergency response team, and many of you were part of that emergency response team. And we came together, we deliver food to the elders. And you know what? The elder calls me and said, do you know that I sit all week just to wait for Saturday so to see you a little bit, because they were just in the house all the time and have nobody checked on them. And guess what? Oh, we do have, you have food. There's food bank. Well, hello, you go to food bank and what do you get? Boxes with beans and food can, tomato can, and all these canned food. And do you know what the Vietnamese folks, when they receive that? They sell them. Because they don't eat this kind of food. We don't eat that kind of beans, and all these items suddenly appear on the Vietnamese site on Facebook. Hey, I got this from Food Bank. Anybody have nước mắm to trade? And I kept telling people, when I did the census, I asked City of San Jose, can we just have some stipend and buy nước mắm to give people? Because I'm telling you, it's only $5 a bottle, but it makes a big deal during this time. And when you give the bottle, when we distribute food, we give out chả lụa, we give out ruốc. Chả lụa and ruốc actually it can last for like a month or so. People were so happy. They were so happy. This one time, this gentleman, and I don't see men cry. He literally cried because we deliver. And Yen, he's an attorney practicing for 25 years. And he carry nước mắm, he carry gạo, he carry all these items to the people's home. So what am my message I'm trying to say here? This is the thing I tell the community. Con phải nói là mình ngứa ở đâu người ta mới gãi được, right? There are racism for sure. There's discrimination for sure. But as a community, if we don't tell people what we need, how on earth can they respond to us? So for Santa Clara County, you are amazing in terms of giving us all these programs. And I cannot say thankful enough, but I am big on disaster preparedness. I'm big on that. And we are trained to deal with disasters. And what we learn is the big one is coming, folks. The big one, the major one, is not just pandemic. The earthquake hits, it's going to tear us apart. And guess what? Are we prepared? As a San Jose, we already been rated that our level prepared from 0 to 5, we are now 1. We are 1. We are not prepared. And guess what? if you look at the Hispanic community, there is a website, there is program that federal funded. It's called Listo. Listo is designed specifically in Spanish and for in the Latin culture to respond in the crisis. In Vietnamese, do you have anything at all to design specifically for Vietnamese community to deal with crisis? Zero, nothing. We don't even have a term. We don't even have a term for it. So let me tell you, when you need to register for alertscc.gov, right? So that in time of emergency, that you can receive a message. Hey, do this, do that. During the fire, what happened? You really have to hang on to the announcement. Where should we run, right? And guess what? The last fire, people call me, the little me. I am nobody. And people call me, Jenny, where should we move to? Where should we run to? I should not be the one. I should not be the one. There should be a center where people can call and say, at that in that second, where should we move to? So Alert SCC has the Vietnamese choice that you can register to register in Vietnamese. But guess what? And here is my message back to the Sanac County. You are amazing. Let's do even better. The message should come out in Vietnamese, because the elders, when they register on the phone that they need to go, and if you send out a message, hey, the flood is coming, time to run, time to move out. If you send a message in English, they're not gonna know. And if they have to rely on their children, and if, at that time during the emergency, do you know that you cannot call each other? So how are you going to communicate? And I'm telling you, that is my worry right now. Right now, because if the tower go off, you know, the communication tower go off, if it fall down, there's no way we can contact each other. So how do we communicate? Where is the center that people can call or text to find out what to do? So for me to say, okay, this is the panel, we're talking about the systemic discrimination. And I'm telling you, we face that every day. But as a community, I'm asking our community, especially there's so many young leaders in this room, we need to organize ourselves and we need to practice how to respond to crisis. And we need to have this forum. I am so thankful that VAR is here. And I hope that this kind of symposium happen more often, Philip, so that we can have this dialogue. So I can yell at you guys hadn't do a good job enough. Do better, phải không? Nước chảy đá mòn, right? So that's the spirit of the Vietnamese, is that we need to learn how to be warriors. We need to instill that warrior mentality into our next future, and not just the older generation. Hey, I'm calling myself a warrior because I've been trained for that. Sống mà bị vất ra ngoài đường nhiều quá đó, thì nó đâm ra tự nhiên á, nó gọi là cái gì? Khi người ta cái câu nó gọi là khi mà chiến tranh thì mới có anh hùng, phải không anh Dân? What is it? You know, during war time you have, thời thế tạo anh hùng, right? So young folks, this is your chance, this is your time. Step up and be a leader. Organize us. So thank you. I know I say a lot.
Jenny, you can yell at me anytime you want, because yes, Philip too, me and Philip, because I am taking notes on VAR's laptop. So I need to send this to myself in a bit. So I think some key takeaways here is that, you know, emergency responses and emergency resources and services need to have cultural competency and cultural responsiveness built into it. Like if my job is to deliver a service to you, something along the way needs to require me to find out what service do you need and how would you like it to be delivered. And to your point, our alertscc.org. Sign up for it. You'll receive text messages whenever we have an incident, an event, an emergency response in the county. This Alert SCC system is also borrowed by our city partners. So you'll get a message from your city of choice. When you sign up, you get to do that. And I want to echo, you know, I mean, so I say a lot about the county because I work at the county. And so it's full disclosure, but you know, we see what the issues are. So the during the fires that was happening, the same team that was providing language access support to the COVID response now became double duty, double activated. And they also then staffed the fire response, because what we found from CAL FIRE, and CAL FIRE is already upset with me and we're upset with each other, and it's okay because I'm always upset with my husband too, so it's all good. Is that CAL FIRE did not have Vietnamese language access when we had that fire that was affecting so much of East Side and the Evergreen area, which is very predominantly Vietnamese. So they called to Santa Clara County and borrowed our language access unit. And, again, not to embarrass my friend Lee, but she was there doing the midnight shift, the 3 a.m. shift, like waiting for the alerts to come out to provide it in translation. So that's something that we just started doing. How do we now bake that into our programming, right? We are, but to your point, your call for action to organize, I'm going to piggyback on that call for your consideration to organize within government institutions. I know that sounds crazy, but hear me out. If Lee hadn't been in our organization, if I hadn't been in an organization, if Ji Như Han Ton Nữ hadn't been in our organization, I know she's a familiar friend, had Ji Jenny Do not been a friend to the county already, had Philip and VAR and Mimi and everybody here not already been in that space where these conversations existed, we wouldn't even know where to build a Vietnamese language access unit, right? And now, so the Office of Emergency Management, which is required by law to manage these emergency systems, moving forward, they now have a language access unit built into their operating responses. So that's brand new, in that I was shocked that didn't exist before. So call to action, organize in community, but also within institution, because I need to see you as my CEO, as my COO, as my director of emergency management, as my director of supportive services at the county. That's how we're going to have cultural competence. Lots of forums, lots of surveys, yes, but I need someone who looks like me leading me to be able to understand. I don't want to have to explain Nick Mum to you. I just want to be able to say, hey, Nick Mum, and you're like, you got it, So I'm going to turn to Mimi. Please tell us, so the prompt is, what were the systemic inequities that really rose to the surface that were exacerbated by COVID-19, and how did your organization pivot to respond to the need?
So I, at the beginning of the pandemic, was a new mom to a little girl named Sophia. But I think the thing that we saw the most, I work in nonprofit immigration. I'm an immigration attorney. Most of our clients didn't understand what was happening in the world. They didn't understand what was going on. And then you have the inequities within the government, the federal government, that they are already encountering with the processes that they're going through, and all of the hurdles and barriers that they have to jump through to even get immigration status, to bring their family members here. I work with a lot of victims of crimes, domestic violence, human trafficking. So people that have so many barriers that they have to jump through every day. You throw the pandemic on top of that, people just don't know how to deal. And I was the only nonprofit Vietnamese immigration attorney in Santa Clara County. And so my phone lines were blowing up. We were moving remote. It was March 17th, 2020. Yeah, 2020, and no one knew what to do. How do we get our applications filled out? How do we get consultations? And our organization just had to pivot by going virtually, setting up ways for our clients to be able to access our services, and set up a point of contact for them to come in, drop off documents, pick up documents, and sign. And then we had to have the cultural competency, the language, in-language support, which meant a lot of interpretation services, or just being on the phone a lot more for those of us who are the only ones doing the job at the time. It was really difficult, but we were not only at the mercy of, the pandemic, but of the government as well. And we were in, 2020 under an administration who was not immigrant friendly. So it was a struggle for our clients. And so providing that in-person support, virtual support, and then also being very cognizant of the community that we're dealing with, people who aren't tech savvy, people who didn't have resources, people who might not have access to cell phones, and being able to provide that. The organization that I'm currently with, they pivot so fast that the clients can come into the office, sit in a room by themselves, and then we had virtual, a phone or a laptop where they can Zoom with attorneys and chat with them and get the consultations that they needed while also being very safe. So there were ways that we had to transition and pivot to make sure that our communities are being served in a way that was sensitive, in a way that we understood what was happening. A lot of that is being very trauma informed and understanding what people are going through at the time. So it's just having that cultural competency, in language access support. But we saw how things were exacerbated within the pandemic. We saw the mental health of our clients. They had to wait, like some cases, like people are waiting 13 to 15 years for their family members to come from Vietnam. And then you have this extra delay. I had clients who had interviews that were scheduled for April of 2020, May of 2020. And then now their families still are not here in the United States in 2021 because there were so many government closures. We had to answer so many questions about when would it reopen, and we just didn't have the answer. But what we had to do as legal service providers is just to communicate, be very clear with our clients, and set a level of expectations that a lot of this is beyond our control. So I think that's the biggest thing, is like keeping in communication with the community and with the client and informing them along the way as things precipitate and you understand what's happening, and just keeping that level of communication open.
I'm also going to add that Step Forward Foundation during the COVID, so right prior to COVID, Step Forward Foundation partners with the county to have attorneys staff a labor standards enforcement advice line. So that's an advice line that's free, staffed by attorneys in multiple languages, not using translators. They're actually bicultural, bilingual, providing information for workers and for small business owners on compliance with the law, with labor laws. Right when the pandemic hit, that phone line converted to from labor rights to a pandemic rights, COVID-19 rights hotline. And I know that at one point y'all had like 2,000 calls a week on top of your immigration work. I'm just hearing this. As I'm hearing this, it's just like, thank you for being such a critical partner and still providing that critical service.
Yeah, and I think like along with that is what Betty said, is like having the communications with the local level government, state government, and federal government in order to receive the funding to be able to do that work. Our employment lines cover Vietnamese, Spanish, Chinese, Punjabi, which we actually never get any calls for because I think most people speak English that also speak Punjabi as well. So we were able to answer a lot of questions about the pandemic, not only about employment on top of that. So it was advice line, like, what do we do about work? How do we get unemployment? So our Vietnamese line we're still getting hundreds of callers every week. And we do have a Vietnamese attorney who's answering all of those questions.
Thank you so much, Mimi. And just thank you to the great team at Step Forward Foundation for not just doing this work, but carrying really a lot of the county's work and a lot of the response here locally during the pandemic. So my next question is for all three of our panelists. I want to talk about generational needs, intergenerational needs. So one of the greatest values and the greatest strengths of our Vietnamese community, our culture, our heritage, is that we operate, we grow, we raise our children on the foundation of family, right? It really is the backdrop to everything that we do. From the way we live to the way we travel, the way we relocate and try to relocate one another. Now, what is it specifically, what would you say in terms of intergenerational needs that you saw during the course of your work, and what were some of the responses to that? Intergenerational needs, whether it be like living, multi-generational housing, language accessibility, generational gaps in communications or understanding, or different ways of communication to different generations of the family. I'm sorry, I realize that was a very, very loosey-goosey question.
I'll just make a quick observation that during the pandemic, what became so clear, because it's kind of coincident with the election. So we saw, at least for our office, many phone calls for people complaining between the conflicts between the older generation and the young generation, especially where they have differences in political views. Oh my goodness, the parents became really angry that they feel that they lose their children through this the way how the liberals interpretations of the law and so forth. And for the young folks, they could not accept the fact that how can you think this way, your parents? How can you think this way? How can you interpret that way? How can you deny science? And so you can see the gap between the young generation and the elders become so clear during the pandemic, as well as because the pandemic hit us after. It was in the area of the conflicts in terms of the elections, right? So that becomes so vivid. And so in the few families that we worked with, we really have to know the language, how to explain to the elders that you need, using the Vietnamese concept là phải để cho con nó mọc cánh, right? So nếu mà thương thì phải để cho nó mọc cánh, meaning that if you really love your children, you're gonna have to give them wings and let them fly. You cannot dictate even though you think they are wrong. Because if you say to the parents, hey, you know what, you're actually wrong, that your children are kind of right because they believe in science, they believe in fact checks and so forth. So they're not going to hear anecdotes and just, believe on that. So you can't tell them. So another word, in our society, if it would be great in institution wise, if there's hotlines, there are a support group that people can share and talk about it. So is that acceptable? Is my kids just move out and they start doing this, doing that. Is that acceptable? So there must be someone in the same generation to be able to respond. You know what? It's totally acceptable. And here's why. So in other words, there gotta be dialogue and conversation instead of feeling, and many elders, especially the male sector, they would feel, the older male, they would feel like, oh, I'm losing my control of my family. I'm losing control. And that's the worst thing you feel, right? So it's just to add, during the pandemic, there's just a lot of conflicts between the young generation and the older generation. How do we deal with that? I mean, I don't have the answer. The only thing I just have is that conversations with, that using their language. Do not use your language. Another word, if I'm sitting here, I believe in science, but if I sit here and say, you know what, science correct, and you need to listen to your children, that conversation go nowhere. So another word, you have to be sensitive and respect where they're coming from and using their language so that in that way you can get the message across.
Yeah, I would like to add, like the Vietnamese community, I would just like to say that the Vietnamese community is just so resilient. We get through anything and everything. And it's really shown, like throughout the pandemic, there are a lot of conflicts that have arose. We saw it in Black Lives Matter. We saw it in COVID. We saw it in the political climate that we were experiencing. And you're right, like we're multi-generational families. Like we live in like the same houses. And with the pandemic, you're kind of only closed off to your family. And with those differences in opinions, it really sparked something. And I would say like it ignited a fire within all of us to kind of have these dialogues and these conversations with our family members. And I can't say that it's a bad thing, even though the conflict is there, but it bridges that generational gap and opens the door for understanding and really figuring out why there's a certain level of beliefs within like the younger generation, the older generation. And that dialogue, that conversation is so important. And what that did is it made some of us go out and like learn the language, like Jenny said, like, how do we explain this to like the older, members of our community? How do we have this understanding and be okay with being different and be okay with having differences in opinion and still moving and furthering the family unit along, the community along. And I think that's where the resiliency comes in within our community. We can have differences, but we also have the space and openness to talk about these differences and then know that we want to move the needle for a better community, for a better family unit. And I think that's where I'll leave it.
I just echo what was being said. I think there's a lot of conflict And it's conflict from the pandemic, but it's also remembering the trauma that many of our families have faced. And what the pandemic did and the shelter in place did was it triggered that trauma for the elderly. And it also triggered the secondary trauma in the younger generation. And all of that came out. And what we really saw from our mental health specialists was an increase in the actual care that was needed for all generations. And so much that came out from the elderly was to protect and to keep their young ones at home. And then all of that with the Black Lives Matter. I think it's really taking that trauma-informed type of care model and seeing it not just at the crisis that we're facing today, but the trauma that has existed in our community. But at the same time, in the same way that there's intergenerational trauma, what I also saw, I stood up our vaccine clinics from the beginning. And in the first batch, when it was just the elderly that were eligible, you saw a lot of young folks actually take the elderly. And I watched, as they were getting vaccinations and the tears that were in both their eyes. And so in the same way that there's conflict, we also have to see the resiliency and the love that's in our community and how we've been able to support each other. We're at Asian Health Services, we're thinking about how do you take all of that and be able to, utilize a new model of mental health that's really more centered around the victims and such too, and our community and the history of immigration and refugees. And I think that is the movement that we have to make, not just to sort of be reactive, but to look ahead but also look back on what's happened to our community.
Take notes and keep up. That's just like some real knowledge right there. And I just want to, everything that y'all said, it just resonated with me because when Jenny, when you're talking about family conversations about politics and about health and issues, I was like, were you at my house? Were you there? Because it sounded so familiar. And I just want to add, to the point of resiliency. For me, myself, I found myself missing my mom and my dad so much when we were split. And then as a mother of a young child, the schools were closed down, daycare was closed down. I had to learn how to run a household, which I didn't have to do so hands-on before. And what the resilience that came through is that the knowledge of my elders, now my aunties and my neighbors and my mom and my mother-in-law were through virtual calls, standing in my front yard, through text messages, through video calls, showing me instructions. They were imparting knowledge about how to care, how to run the house, how to make food. I cook now, y'all, how to make food for my family and how to sing lullabies to my daughter. So that was where when you said resilience, I was like, oh, that's where I felt it in my family, where the without daycare, without schools for my little one and us being at home, my family came through, and it was the generational knowledge that they had about family rearing that kind of helped save our day and really taught me resilience. But thank you. And I want to close off on you all are heroes and sheroes. You have done this work before, pre-pandemic, during the pandemic. You'll be doing this work post-pandemic. And I care about you all. I care about everybody in this room because these are all familiar faces. We've been in community and struggled together and challenged together. And the rallying cry today is a call to action. I also want to add to that. What do you do, or what do you recommend for us in terms of self-care? How do we care for ourselves and care for one another? You could choose one or the other or both in a way that allows us to continue to do this work and be well and be right with ourselves as well. Mother of Sophia.
I am going to throw out therapy. I think therapy, I've never done therapy. It was taboo in my family. No one in the Vietnamese community ever talked to me about therapy. But during the pandemic, and like Betty said, being a mother, and I was a new mom in a pandemic without any help besides my husband, my sister, godsend, they were just amazing. But I realized that I just couldn't handle all of that. And it's amazing to have an outlet to talk to someone who was neutral and can just understand what you're going through and be very objective about it and just be there to listen, where you don't feel like you're burdening everyone else around you. And they have the toolkits and the language and the knowledge of identifying what it is that you're going through, what triggers you, and then how to raise awareness about these triggers for yourself. So I would throw out therapy. And then, you know, just doing things for yourself, making that time to have me time, whether it's take a shower, read a book, do something for yourself that's purely just for you. It's really important to know that in a like this is, you know, we're in a marathon and we have to take care of ourselves in order to make it to the end of the line with everyone else and work together. So take care of yourselves. It's important.
I'm really bad at self-care. But as a working mom, like all of us, I think the pandemic, you know, it's hard to think that it's okay to take time off when your staff are on the front lines getting attacked. But I think we have to make it okay that we need to be here for the long run. And so I am working on trying to take a sabbatical, and I keep pushing it back. You know, we get a sabbatical every 10 years at Asian Health Services, but I think it's understanding that it's the long run and it's building a deep bench so you don't feel like you're always needed. But it's really, really hard because as soon as you can take time off, you know, from work, you feel like you have to be there for your family. And it's what Mimi said, is making time for yourself as well.
I like to echo that. And for me, many of you should know that, you know, I'm a stage 4 cancer patient. So self-care is critically important to me every day. So I was told in 2015, I have 30 days to 90 days to live. And I'm still here. And then and I have doctors in the house here. In the back there, I have another doctor sitting there, Tiffany. Correct me if I'm wrong. And for our brain, everybody keep thinking that, you know, you're young, you're healthy, you don't worry about it until you get sick, then you worry about it. Wrong. Worry about it today and not about worry, but start taking action. And for me, at 5 o'clock on to 7 o'clock is my time. No text, no checking phone, no checking emails. From 7 to 8 is still my time, but it's a different kind. I move into a different kind of thing. I can't emphasize enough how many minutes a day. I'm asking everybody here and also those who are online. How many minutes a day that you absolutely think nothing at all? I mean, 0. Can you do it? Can you do it for 1 minute? So when I came up with a concept with cancer patients that let's meditate for 1 minute, people laugh at me. Is there such a thing? Thiền 1 phút hả? Làm gì có chuyện đó? I said, yes. Can you do it? What 60 seconds is a lot, all right? But I'm talking about absolutely 0 thinking. You focus on your breathing. So now I dare you, go home, choose a day. I don't know when, but I say morning because it's the easiest time, right? 5 minutes, 5 minutes. And that's all I'm asking of you. 5 minutes, 0 thinking, because we are firing how many millions of neurons per second? I mean, it's constantly firing. Even when you sleep, your brain does not shut off. The noise does not shut off. And the reason that we got sick, the reason we have cancer and we have all these illness beside the environmental issue is us. It's in us. So we need to care for ourselves before we can care for others. So in the morning, folks, it should be your time. I mean, I shouldn't dictate that, but I say it's just the easiest, right? So anyway, I dare you, 5 minutes a day, think nothing. Can you do it? Can you?
I'd also like to offer that as most of us are going back to work or who are working, look for employers who actually care about mental health. And if they don't have that as something, as a priority or an objective within their organization, is to advocate for yourself and see if you can get time for mental health or, you know, a mental health day, like get those included as you're negotiating your new jobs or, you know, your current jobs, because it's important that you do that and you build that as a part of who you are. And advocate for yourself in the employment setting as well. I think one of the priorities that we're trying to do is to make sure that our staff who are frontline workers dealing with, you know, immigration and everything that happens daily and all the changes, is that we implement like an hour of mental health for our staff every week so that they know that it's okay to take time off if you need time for yourself and for self-care, whether it's like going to the gym or whatever it is, that you get that time and that your employers know that this is a part of who you are, and that comes with the package when you're taking on a new job.
Thank you, Mimi. Thank you to all of our panelists for giving us such solid examples, experiences, reflections, and really tangible advice for next steps, both in the macro level in terms of language access as a civil rights matter, emergency planning as a life and death matter, and it needs to be inclusive of our cultural needs, having self-care, advocating for therapy, and the list goes on. I hope I can share these notes with VAR to share with our audience today. And I just want to shout out to that. I mean, I keep on talking to the audience and reflecting the audience because I see the same faces. I see so many of you in the same spaces that we've been working in. And so this is part of that critical mass, that building of like power of political capital and will to move things, right? There's directors in the audience, there's advocates in the audience, there's staff in the audience, and I hope that we all take a little piece of this conversation. Oh, and Nguyen in the audience, who has his own category of a fierceness, feeding every single person in Santa Clara County one by one. That, I hope we all take a piece of something, this conversation today, and take it back to our home organization, our family, our loved ones, our partner, our place of worship, and really create those ripples in our society. And I look forward to connecting with y'all again, because we need these notes from the government perspective, for sure. So a round of applause for our panelists, please. Thank you. And thank you to our organizers for creating this space today.
I was like, wait, you gonna talk? Thank you so much for the panelists from our second panel. I think, thinking about that last question, right, on generational community building, I think that happens, do y'all smell that? It's when we learn from each other, when we have the opportunities to teach each other, right? No matter how young or how old. And honestly, when we have the opportunity to really break bread and eat with each other, because I know it's past our lunchtime and y'all are hungry. So just some quick announcements from me. I want to segue out from this panel. There was an adage that was shared earlier, right? Something like that. I don't think that's very accurate for this panel, because I saw 4 incredibly powerful Vietnamese women, right? And I don't think you would really consider them anh hùng. So I think I'm really thinking about Hai Bạch Trung in this sort of incident, right? So thinking about the ways that our history ties into our contemporary, how we build power, and how we influence and inspire the next generation. I think a better adage that works for this conversation as a wrap up is ăn quả nhớ kẻ trồng cây. So, and with that, I'm gonna pass it over to Huy for a quick announcement, and then Huy is gonna tell y'all about the food that we have. Yeah.
Thank you all so much for being here. And you've heard a lot. We want to make sure that we use this lunch hour to re-energize everybody. So we do have lunch. It's all in the back. We have options there from sandwiches to snacks. However, we do want to also get your feedback because we're going through a very important process right now called redistricting. Redistricting was touched on before. It is really important because it defines who represents us, whether we get the opportunity to represent ourselves, or do we get the better opportunity to trust and decide the people who are going to represent us. So this conversation around redistricting has been going on for nearly a year. And what we have done, and this is courtesy of Friends of Hue Foundation, who did immense amounts of work to educate our community about this and to get these maps ready. You see on the map that there are on the walls that there are 3 maps presented for you. All right, and I'm going to point them out so that you can have an opportunity to go in, find where you live, and see what district you're in, and see if your district or where you live will change for the next 10 years. Now, so on the left here, on my left, on your right, we actually have 2 maps. The one in the upper left corner is known as the D4 map. Thank you. And these are maps for the city of San Jose, by the way. Underneath those are 2 maps but they're actually the same one. It's called the Unity map. And then on the right is what's been presented as the community map. Briefly, about all three maps. The District 4 map was created by consultants working in conjunction with the Redistricting Commission for the City of San Jose, where their attempt was to try to maintain the older districts, older boundaries as much as they could, to try to keep it consistent in a way. The Unity map was created by a coalition of progressive organizations with the stated objective of ensuring that the voices of people of color, of communities of color, are amplified. The community map was created by neighborhood residents who wanted to make sure that they preserved the downtown districts and the west side districts as much as they could. And so they came out and presented these as well. You'll also see that there's data, the numbers spread around the room so that you can see how much San Jose's population has changed and how our representation would be impacted under different map proposals. So we have up here some white sheets. If you have thoughts about any of these maps, we have Post-its that we would like for you to write your thoughts on. It can be in English or in Vietnamese, and post it under the map that you want to give that feedback to. We will gather this information and make sure that we share it with our city council and with our redistricting commission so that they also hear from the Vietnamese community. And it is important to hear from you. The San Jose population is 1/3 Asian American. Or actually, I think at this point it's close to 40%. The Vietnamese population is 10% of San Jose. And we actually have no Asian American representation on the redistricting commission. We have no Asian American representation on our city council. So it is important that we take these opportunities as they come up to make sure that our voices are heard. All right. So this is time for you to grab food, eat, take a look at the maps, and please share whatever input you have. And our program begins again at 1 p.m. All right, thank you very much.
Hi, everybody. When you can go ahead and grab your lunch, but I am gonna keep talking about the map. And the reason is because if you go and take a look at the map, especially the one that is said the current, you can see the line of the map of the current map currently, and then what they are proposing to change. This is make a big difference. So thanks to Nguyen and the city of San Jose calling for the census registration, and we did that, and the Vietnamese community respond really positively, and that's how we got to know that the population has grown so much. Who lives in D4? Who's D4? Okay, you guys growing too big. So D4 is now overpopulation compared to the others. So we have to cut D4 down, but where do we cut it to? And right now, folks, if we have a good community, we have good number of folks in San Jose, right? Good number of Vietnamese people who live in San Jose. Am I correct? Then why we don't have representation? Why the votes are not amount to anything? So now you understand redistricting means mình vẽ lại bản đồ. Mà vẽ lại bản đồ là nó sẽ ảnh hưởng cái lá phiếu bầu. Mọi người hiểu vấn đề phải không ạ? Thành ra bây giờ mình nhìn vào bây giờ 3 cái bản đồ. Bản đồ thứ nhất là cái gì? Bản đồ nó gọi là bản đồ community map, là cái nhóm người của cái khu vực downtown. Thì bây giờ Jenny hỏi mọi người nè, downtown needs for downtown San Jose compare với lại khu vực của Berryessa có giống nhau không? I don't think so. I live in downtown. There are issues of downtown I care so much about. I don't think we have a similar with folks that who live in Berryessa. Chị Hạ Vân đài của Việt Nam Bắc Cali located in Berryessa. Do you care about downtown issues? Chị Hà Vân, can you I explained to chị Hà Vân, you know what, this, like we said, this issue redistricting has been around for how long? Like a year, right? Any one of you have heard about redistricting, discussing issues in your community? Have you? One person. Come on. And you guys are considered above average. All of you are considered engaged citizens, right? Many folks who live outside, who don't check the email, who don't read the news, have no clue whatsoever. And that those folks, the folks in D3, the folks in downtown, they're gonna make decision for you. Would you like that? Would you like that? I think we need to be engaged. We are too late now. We cannot, you know that we, Anh Dân, can you please explain to us what community of interest is about? See, these folks, they organize themselves, they call themselves community of interest because they have something in common. They have something that we care about. The Vietnamese community, don't you think that we are a community of interest? We share nước mắm. We like nước mắm. We like Tết. We like there's certain thing about us that it is only particularly that we care about, right? Shouldn't we organize ourselves and say, you know what, this is how the map should be? But nobody care. Nobody even talk about it. So Anh Dân, I asked Anh Dân, please, can you take a look at all this map and say what are wrong with these maps or which one that we care about?
Okay, I don't think I am at the liberty to tell you which map is better for the Vietnamese community or for another community, because that's not my job. I think that what I'm doing right now, I want to do is to give you enough information in order for you to make your own decision. Okay. The community interest is defined as that, you know, in redistricting, it is very important that you group community that share common interest, social interest, and economic interest. That's basically what community of interest is about. You know, the experience that I look at these maps and the statistics. Okay, you look at the census 2020, and one thing struck me very, very hard is that we have two different kind of statistics. One is about the population of the Santa Clara County. It is defined as, you can see that the Asian population right now is the highest population in the county, okay? And the Black population is the lowest population in the county, and the white is the second lowest. But yet there is another statistics, it's called CVAP. This is community at voting age population. Voting age meaning that people who are above 18 years old. Okay, when you take a look at the CVAP statistics, one thing struck me right away is that it always, the white CVAP statistics are always higher, even higher than Asian community, because and they're very low. The population, the white population is very, very low. And yet the white CVAP rate is always higher than the Asian and Hispanic communities. And I wonder why, because is that they are more mature people. We are all under 18 or what? What struck me is that, you know, the only logical conclusion, or, you know, from an analytical point of view, you know, I like to analyze things. So I said the only thing that I can speculate is that we, the people who are at the age of voting or independent, who do not have minor children, we did not participate in the last census. And that's the reason why we don't, the people who are at the voting age, but they don't have minor children, most of them did not participate in the census. And that's the reason why the statistics show that we have a lower rate of CVAP rate than the white population. They're not older than we are. You know, I think that the distribution probably would be the same, but we did not participate. And that's a lesson to learn. Because once you don't participate, then you will not reflect, your interests will not reflect in the redistricting map. Of course, evidently, you know, we do not, the Constitution does not allow the redistricting to be based on CVAP statistics, only on pure population statistics. But look at, the reality is that everybody, the council people, they're driven by the number of voters. They will look at, they're not saying that they use CVAP in order to do the redistricting, but they have to give consideration to that very, very important factor. And we never pay attention to this. Okay, I'm going back to a theme that I think is a recurring theme throughout this presentation here, is that language is a problem. Okay, and sometimes to combat that language, and one of the panelists said, we are strong in terms of resiliency. Let me tell you something. Yes, resiliency is important, but it drives you to complacency. We always think that we are so resilient, we don't want to do anything about it. Okay, and communication. Most of the websites right now, government websites that you can find, you go Google and will have Vietnamese explanation. Okay? But nobody takes time to read the Vietnamese literature on there. It is incumbent upon the representatives, upon the people, the powers that be, that brings the information in the language of the people, of the voters, to the people and to the voters in order for them to grasp the issue. You know where do we don't have a language problem? We do have a language problem, but we can overcome language problem. You know where it is? It is as a school environment. It is the work environment. It is the business environment. Why? Because in school, in businesses, at work, you cannot be complacent. You cannot. You have to try very hard to speak the language that your work requires, that your school requires, that your business requires. But the people here, we have Century Mall, we have Vietnam Town. You go over there, you don't have to speak English. You don't have to do anything, You want information, you go to an old man like me. I'm a retirement age. So you go to a person like me, and whatever I give you as information, you think that's correct information. Sometimes I give you BS and you think that's correct information. And that is not it. And so if you have a representative that on your district, you have to demand that representative to have regular programs to bring information to the people, to the Hispanic community, to the Vietnamese community, to any community of any colored community, to bring in the same language and same culture, to give regular information sessions, to bring that information into the people in order for the people to understand, and you cannot always rely on the resiliency of your own community. Resiliency, it's a big word in terms of in a dictionary, but it has no practical value whatsoever. I'm telling you that. Okay, so you have to work on bringing information to the people in the same language, and it has to be from the powers that be.
Thank you, thank you, Eng Dân. Wow, I'm telling him he should run for office. So quickly, I would like to bring back to the people. Do you care about these three maps? How many people here care? 1, 2, 3. Come on. Do you care about the maps? All right. So number 1, we have the unity map. Number 2 is a community map. And number 3 is D4. Okay. Now, which one, folks, which one that will affect the Vietnamese community the most? Since we are all Vietnamese here, so I'm going to ask that question. I know I'm being biased, but I'm going to advocate for the Vietnamese community. Do you like the current maps right now? Are you comfortable with the current map right now? Are you okay with the map right now? Okay, right. So do you want changes? No, you don't want changes. Why? Because you're comfortable, right? The community already established. However, we do have a constitutional mandate that all the districts need to be somewhat equal in terms of population. Because people who live in D4, đẻ nhiều quá. So now D4 has grown so big, we need to cut. Okay, we need to cut. But how do we cut? That is fair. That that it's not going to be disruptive for the Vietnamese community. Okay, so D7, who live in D7? We are in D7, people. Okay, so D7 for sure that it has the most Vietnamese community resident lived in D7, right? So the community map is on that side. If you take a look at it, the community map, hello, I'm talking. Community map, it will take bunch of community from D3 push into D7. And not only that, there's a 280. Okay, the rule of the game is that you cannot divide community, or that you making community come together that it doesn't make sense. They don't have things in common. So do you think neighborhood that on one side of the 280 and neighborhood on this side of 280 that they have things in common? Usually when it's being divided by big freeway or river or any kind of physical division, usually people don't really connect, right? So the map, the community map on that one is proposed to cut a big chunk of neighborhoods on this side of 280, move to D7. And most of the folks in that group is mostly white or Hispanics. So when you have an increase of white and Hispanic into D7, what happened? What happened? The number of voters, the Vietnamese voters, is that going to be effect per capita? All right. So now also on this map, D4, this map also make bunch of proposal, and they're going to be, one of them is the Berryessa neighborhood. It's going to be moved to downtown. It's going to be moved to downtown. Okay. Chị Hạ Vân office going to be downtown. Okay. So are you happy with that? Okay. Unity map. I know I'm not supposed to advocate for any map, but right now, based on what our study so far, and I'm just talking about today because things might change tomorrow. They keep changing it. So today, so far, the community map, it seems, where do we care? D7, D4, and D8, right? It appears to us that the unity map, it makes the least changes to our community. So that, so far, so good. And that is what, as a citizen and as a resident of San Jose and Santa Clara, when I vote, I am gonna support unity map. That's me. But I let you take a look at all of that and ask questions if you have, or make your own decision. But for me, I'm just want to keep the status quo as much as possible. Yeah, chị. Yeah, this is very important. Thank you, chị. This is very important question. This thing has been around a year and nobody did anything about it. Now we are at the deadline, and it's a constitutional deadline. So by November 18, the commissioner have to give the proposal, recommendation to the city council, which one we're gonna go for. They might draw their own map. Correct me if I'm wrong. The commission might take all of this and say, you know what, we're gonna come up with this and recommend to the city. Or they're gonna pick one of these maps, and because it's most popular one, and propose and then give it to the city council, and the city council will have to present it to the public, and they will have public hearings in December, and on January 22nd, it will become law. It will be adopted as ordinance for the city of San Jose. Am I correct?
To clarify deadlines, yes, the city council will make the final decision as to which map is adopted, and those maps will be. Yes, the city council will make the final decision about which map is adopted, and that map will be adopted in time for the 2022 elections. No, there was no organized effort. There's been no organized effort except for the fact that organizations such as Friends of Hue Foundation and Vivo have been putting out a lot of effort to make sure that people are aware of what's happening. Absolutely. For
before November 18th. Because when they only make the representation, and then you say, well, I don't like that. It just looks really bad. You have all this time. You don't say anything. Now promoting this, and then you go in and you're jumping up and down and cry that you don't like it. Tough luck, right? So as a community, we need to organize ourselves and speak up. Even if we lose time, but we need to understand this concept. Redistricting, what does it mean? And Yen and I, we are both lawyers. And as law students, we all learn about gerrymandering, we learn about all the discrimination in voting, and we have seen
Sorry. So I recognize we have about like 10 minutes left before our program starts again. I want to make sure everyone does have an opportunity to process and enjoy lunch. And we do want to make sure we get your feedback and thoughts. So if you have already, there's a couple of comments up there already just to kind of give you a sense of, how to share. We have Post-its, we have pens. Write down your thoughts, put them up here. We will aggregate this information and make sure that this can convey to the redistricting commission and to the city council. So again, I urge you to look at the maps. Anyan and Jenny have clearly, laid out the importance of this. So if you are able to, please write down your thoughts, post it on here. We want to aggregate this information and send it off to our representatives. So thank you.
My mind is on something, then taking time with all the sudden. God knows been tried, but you can't buy time. Mama said it wouldn't be easy. I didn't mind the hat as long as the bill was high. Maybe we don't need to try to understand. It's getting late. It's getting you.
Hello, check. All right, everyone. Hope everyone had a chance to enjoy the banh mi lunch. We have a bunch of extra food, so feel free to grab seconds or other snacks. We'll be coming back for the third and final panel, in about 3 to 4 minutes. So just to let everyone know, 3 to 4 minute warning. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, non-stop to the top, I bring you the cream of the crop, Silk Sonic.
Hi, everybody. We're going to come recenter ourselves. If you all don't mind grabbing a seat. Please have a seat. We're going to continue our conversations today. And hey, you know what? Come on forward if you want to. Come on. Dr. Hug, you don't want to? Grab a seat, everybody. Grab a seat. We're going to keep our program running. Oh, my God. Okay. There's a little crowded now. All right. Everybody, please grab a seat. And you want to move on forward and hi. You want to grab a seat and come on forward? Yeah, come on. Candace, feel free to come on. Grab a seat closer. Come on, Kevin, Nicole, Don. We got space here. We got some space at this front table. Please grab a seat anywhere you're comfortable. Okay, grab a seat. Right. Yeah, it's the lunch thing, right? Once people get fed. All right. Thank you, everybody. We are going to continue on to our third panel, just to give you an idea of what the rest of our program. We have a great panel here to talk about, to start looking forward, to start looking into the future about how we can empower ourselves and do more to strengthen the voice of our community. After that, we do want to have more person-to-person conversations. We want to start to really getting into discussions about how we can build power, about how we can organize ourselves. And then we're also going to, and later on, we actually do have a reception. It's a celebration because one of VAR's biggest achievements during the pandemic is that we were able to hire our first executive director, that is Mr. Philip Nguyen. We're using today as our first in-person gathering in 18 months to bring the community together for these conversations, but we also want to celebrate the gains that we've made over a very challenging period of time. With that, though, I want us to transition over, and I'm going to introduce our moderator, and then she'll take it over from there. Hanyi, I got to know her through involvement in our community. She is the district attorney and does a phenomenal job being the liaison, building that relationship between the DA's office and the Vietnamese community. She has been a mainstay in reaching out to us and making sure that we are part of conversations with law enforcement, with the DA about how we can be culturally sensitive and how to make sure that interactions, we minimize any risk of misunderstandings and interactions between the different agencies here and our community. And she's here today to introduce and moderate a discussion of people who are incredibly powerful in just their community involvement, their dedication, and the work that they have committed to our community. So without further ado, I'll hand it over to Chị Hanyi. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Huy, and to the Vietnamese American Roundtable for hosting this amazing symposium to bring all of our community together, our community leaders together, as we sort of think about the future of our community. As Huy said, my name is Hanyi, and I work for the DA's office, but I'm also a part of an organization called VAPW, the Vietnamese American Professional Women's Association of Silicon Valley, and I'm just so proud to be here representing them as well. I'm so proud and so honored to moderate the third panel for today, The Future and Power of Vietnamese America. And so we'll ask our panelists to both reflect back and to look forward, right? So first, reflecting back on the organizing work that they've done and been a part of across generational and cultural lines and leveraging our shared stories. And then looking forward to envision the future of our community and our power. So let me start by introducing our panelists. So first, Philip Nguyen is an engaged community member and aspiring community organizer based in Sunnyvale and San Jose. Philip is currently finishing his graduate degree in software engineering at San Jose State University, where he was involved with their VSA. Philip has also been involved with NorCal UVSA and served as an ambassador for the 2020 project
now known as Amplify Asian America. He is passionate about labor rights, class consciousness, and solidarity. Welcome, Philip. Thank you so much for being here. Next, we have Christine Chris Phan. She is a second-generation Vietnamese American raised in University Place, Washington. She graduated from Stanford University and is a Tech Equity Fellow at the Green Lining Institute in Oakland, California. Chris has worked on census outreach, misinformation, coalition building, and civic engagement in Asian American communities through directing Amplify Asian America. She has also worked for APIA Vote and CRAC in Washington, D.C. So we've got two alumni from Amplify Asian America here, right? Welcome, Chris. Next on our panel, we have Tuong Binh Janel, and he is the National Director of Field at CRAC, a national civil rights organization of Cambodian, Laotian, and Vietnamese American communities. Tuong formerly served as an attorney in the U.S. Department of Justice and as a war crimes investigator for the United Nations for the courts in Cambodia and the former Yugoslavia. And fun fact, Tuong and I actually first met in Phnom Penh years ago. He is a member of Viet Unity. He has also organized the affordable housing efforts at Sacred Heart Community Services and People Acting in Community Together. Welcome, Tuong. Thanks for being here. And finally, Judge Jacqueline Dung has served as a judge in Santa Clara County since 2007. She is the first Vietnamese American woman appointed to the bench in Northern California. Before her judicial appointment, Judge Dung worked for our county's public defender's office and the Office of County Counsel. Judge Dung is a founding member of 3 organizations that serve the community, including the Vietnamese American Bar Association of Northern California, the National Conference of Vietnamese American Attorneys, and the Vietnamese American Professional Women of Silicon Valley. Welcome, Judge Dung. So as you can see, we have a diverse roster of panelists, rich in experience. So let's dive right into the discussion. And because we have a lot of topics to cover and want to be sure we hear from all the panelists, I ask each of our panelists to try to be succinct in your remarks to each question. Okay, so for the first question, I'd like all our panelists to reflect back on your organizing experience. And I'd like to ask you all to speak to your experience with community organizing within the Vietnamese community. What specific community need were you trying to address in your organizing effort? I'll start first with Tuong.
All right, cool. Well, thanks everybody. I'm super honored to be here. This is my first time out in the community in 2 years. So I'm super excited that it's with you all. I don't know, I'm gonna start big and then I'm gonna come down right here to this neighborhood, okay? And so how much time do you want me to take? 6 minutes? Okay, great. So in preparing for this and in my role, I'll start big. So starting in the 70s or even earlier, about 1.1 million Vietnamese folks immigrated to the US over 30 years. And we represent the largest refugee community that has ever existed in the history of the United States. That's something we should be proud of. And that's a history we should keep close. It also means that we're relatively young here. We're a relatively young community in America. Despite that, we have a couple of things that we should be really proud of. For example, we used our voices to help pass the 1980 Refugee Resettlement Act, which was a targeted legislation specifically for refugees immigrating from Southeast Asia, much in the same situation as is happening in military intervention in Afghanistan right now. But we achieved something that isn't currently happening, which is a targeted legislation for that to meet that crisis in that moment. I and many of us, know that 1980 was not at the edge of the crisis, and so that many of our friends and families that you probably all know had to wait for 5 years or more in refugee camps all over the Pacific in order to get here. We then used our voices again to help establish the Office of Refugee Resettlement. Raise your hand if you heard of that office, the Office of Refugee Resettlement. Yeah, it's a really big deal. It is our country's first national resettlement infrastructure. Think about that. We made it through World War II without the Office of Refugee Resettlement. And it was after the craziness in our home countries that it was established, and after our use of our voices added to the chorus of our allies, that it was created. At the same time, our communities created mutual assistance associations. These are community organizations that serve our communities. For example, there's a sign right outside that door says Vivo, right? You know, or ICANN. These are probably all organizations that you heard of. VAR would count, you know? These are organizations that serve our communities in these times where services are needed. And so we not only created these organizations, but we got federal funding to sustain that work and to sustain our communities. That's a big deal, you know? And so all of that made this possible, right? Look, we could have missed out on all this. We could have missed out on all this, right? But we didn't because of that work that we did as a community and because of that commitment that we made to use our voices to speak for what we needed. But you know what? These are all victories of the past because demographics change really, really quickly. Our community is growing at 38% a year for many years now, and that's 4 times the national average. The median age of a Vietnamese American person is 34 years old. I'm gonna say that's young because I'm older than that, but that is, I think, just young, period. The median age for a white American is 44 years old. Actually, the most common age for a white American is 57 years old, right? So 34 is young. And what I'll say is that we need to keep up. We need to keep up with our changing community, and it should be like an exciting opportunity to do so. These are all solutions and wins of the past that we should really be proud of, and that should guide us and give us confidence to do so. I was asked to talk to prepare some statements about solidarity, and I'll get to that whenever we can.
Yeah.
But that's what I'll open up with.
Thank you so much, Tuong. And so can you tell us a bit about your work? Because we know you've done some local organizing work here, correct? As well as with CRAC. So can you share just a bit more about the work that you've done organizing the Viet community here and as well as through CRAC?
Sure. So a lot of my work has been about solidarity building. And for many years, I spoke way more Spanish than I did Vietnamese in San Jose. And so, solidarity work makes a lot of sense. So for example, where we're at right now, right? So what is solidarity? I'll just define that real quick. To me, solidarity is seeing the potential for power in shared experiences and then acting on that. So the example that I use is this school district right here where we're at. For years, I organized with an organization called People Acting in Community Together. And that's really where I cut my chops on working here. This school district, Windmill Springs Elementary, right, is 45% Asian, with the vast majority of which are Vietnamese, 44% Latinx, 5% Filipino, 2% Black, and then less than 1% white or Native. Franklin Elementary, also right near here, is 52% Latinx, 41% Asian, which is majority of Vietnamese. And what I'm trying to say is that solidarity is reality right now. Like, we are growing up together. We've been growing up together, learning together, building together. And when my kids go to school, I have 2 kids, 3 and 1 years old. When they go to school, it's gonna be the same. They're gonna be working, learning and building and everything together. And so one of the examples that this long way of getting there is everything that we work on at CRAC, right? Education, equity, health equity, immigration, the school to prison pipeline, all of that are things that they're all shared experiences. shared struggles that we need to build on. And so the closer, the faster that we embrace that, the better. And so, for example, one of the few moments where Vietnamese parents and Latinx parents came together was with this action organized by People Acting Community Together, where we brought together, at that time, the school district, the parents' meetings were averaging about 7 or sometimes a dozen parents. But when Vietnamese parents and Latinx parents got together, we brought 150 families together. Where they were the ones holding the microphone, and the superintendent was the one answering the questions, and the principals were the ones answering the questions. And what grew out of that was a greater investment in after-school programs that everybody wanted. After-school programs that not only have an academic orientation, but they also allowed parents like more freedom to work, right? To put food on the table so they don't have to choose between rent and paying groceries.
Yeah.
Thank you. And that's right here.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Dong, for sharing, especially that specific example of organizing the parents here and the importance of solidarity. So I want to turn over to Philip and Chris, because I know you've worked in organizing with sort of young people and with students as well. And I'll turn first to Chris to share about your experience with community organizing, perhaps specifically within the Vietnamese community, and what specific need you were trying to address.
Yeah, I love that I get to go immediately after you because, first of all, amazing. But I think the second thing is that you were talking specifically about how our community is a really young one. And for me, a lot of the community organizing or just community building experiences I have are a lot on working in kind of awareness building of various different issue areas of just community history. One of the towns that I grew up really close to, because I grew up in Washington State, was Tacoma. And it's a huge Southeast Asian Vietnamese American enclave that I really didn't have awareness of until honestly college, which is a little embarrassing, but that's fine. But I think, so when you were talking about like, this is a very young community, what does that mean for kind of the knowledge of our history? What does that mean for like the collective like history of just like learning about where we came from? You dropped a lot of facts, honestly, I just learned right now. And for me, a lot of where that comes from is my experience with UNAFSA, and just getting to hear like the different areas of different Vietnamese American communities, enclaves, history of how we arrived. And I think what's interesting is, as I've worked in Asian American and Vietnamese American spaces, is that in a lot of these nonprofits, it's very easy to become institutional. And especially if you've been working for so long, as I can see like many of y'all have, you learn the history, and then you start being like, okay, I'm learning this way to do something, and I'm kind of getting into that as well. What's really lovely about working with student organizations and working with youth is that we're always constantly in like a state of awareness building, both for ourselves and for students as well, who are also learning. They're like, I didn't know I was growing next to a Vietnamese American enclave, for instance. And sometimes awareness building just feels like, well, like, what about the policy? What about the advocacy? What about like talking to people who have power? But awareness building is really cool with youth because they're always bringing more progressive experiences, more like new perspectives into this, and always pushing for a bigger imagination. So sometimes in some of my other work, and I get very tunnel vision, and I can see like, this is something that we need to focus on. Like, we need to address this instantly. And that is a really good tool as well. But I love talking to, whenever I've been able to work with like folks who have just entered this space, or like interns, and just being like, they're very much along the lines of, what is the bigger picture? Or I want to take a step back and understand this more. So that's kind of my experience in learning about history and awareness and its responsibilities. So yeah.
Awesome. Philip, does that resonate with you in your work organizing students and young people?
Yeah, so I would go about this question like to speak on my experience and my understanding of the Vietnamese community organizing space is that like I came in with like I transferred from De Anza College to San Jose State, and then realizing how big like the Vietnamese like enclave here is, like, oh, like just how Chris said, like, oh, there's a huge enclave right next to me, and that I can be a part of, and just being like a regular, like Vietnamese American citizen that wanted to like do more. I felt in my heart like, I had this like inherent feeling of just like, what can I do more? And so I joined the SJSU VSA just to like see what I could do more for the community and stuff. And that is like a great step into like Chris's work and Dong's work, where we can eventually get to that spot if you go to like the leadership conferences that we hold at for VSA, and that like tied together all the VSAs that are in like NorCal and stuff. And so that these steps, like if you want to do more, there's more that you can like step into, like such as UNAVSA, which is like the United States, our North American VSA. Yeah. And just like, there's always more to like step into and be more involved, like, and that really opened the door to like my organizing like, experience and stuff. So yeah.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Philip and Chris, for sharing that perspective of organizing sort of young people. And I want to shift over to Judge Zung, who's just been a trailblazer. And I think so many of us wouldn't be here without Judge Zung, for her to share her experience with organizing, right? And she's done it in a different capacity, a few different capacities. So I want to ask Judge Zung to share what specific needs she was trying to address with her organizing work.
All right. Thank you for having me here. I'm so overwhelmed. I have to tell you, I'm just so proud to come to East San Jose. I'm so homegrown. Having been a refugee myself, and so many of your parents. So I'm in that generation. So I feel like I'm the OG on this panel, kind of out of place, but I'm just really excited to be here. I'll tell you. I went to YB Yerba Buena High School down the street, class of 1987. So you know how old I am. And just as I look around, I was sharing with Mimi and some of the others who I've kind of just has been there in my journey 10, 15 years ago, meeting Christine's daughter. I just feel really overwhelmed because I feel like this is home. This is my family, though I've not even met many of you here, but just seeing some of your faces. And that's that community building that everyone here is talking about, solidarity and the enclave that you've kind of awoken to in Washington, and Philip through De Anza and coming to San Jose State. I want to give a shout out to our professor here. I think I might have been there at San Jose State the same time. I'm not sure. It's been so long since I've seen him, but there's so many trailblazers here. Of course, Mimi Wing was the president of the Vietnamese American Bar. We have 2 executive directors of a nonprofit. I'm so proud. I feel like the proud mama bear here. And of course, I saw Gung Wing, and also, of course, a trailblazer who to put yourself out there so that others don't feel like they're alone. And so many years ago, when I decided to go into the public defender's office as a law student, and I was at San Jose State. So I graduated from Franklin McKinley Elementary, J.W. Fair High School, Yerba Buena, San Jose State, and UC Davis School of Law, all California public school, East San Jose. So I understand the plights of our community and the struggles. And so one of my mentee from VALS from Santa Clara, her name is Michelle Jung. I don't know, Hui, are you here? Some of you might know her, Mimi. She interviewed me for one of her paper about leadership. And I was just like, whoa, telling her. And then she let me read it. I said, oh my God, you made me feel like this lonely person. And I think the point was that, like, when we were out there, the landscape was very different. And I don't know if our professor understands what I'm saying, but when you go into non-traditional fields, you feel that sense that you're alone. So that's one of the reasons I started the Vietnamese American Bar, to fill that need, that niche, which was non-traditional career path and government or public service. And now we have 2 executive directors in the nonprofit. Those are the non-traditional path in the landscape a long time ago. And so that was a sense that I was feeling, and that I wanted to make sure no one felt alone. So that's how the start of the bank was, so that no other Vietnamese American attorneys who went into that non-traditional field. Now we have so many, right? We have Han Nhi here in the DA's office, so proud of her accomplishments. But that's how I started, and that was the need that I was trying to meet, so that other Vietnamese Americans don't feel alone when they venture into non-traditional fields, which are now, we have, I think, more of a critical mass in the legal field.
Thank you. And now, as we sort of shift to looking forward a bit, I want our panelists to think about sort of looking forward. And I have a few sort of guiding questions for you as you sort of answer the next set of questions. So what have been some of the best practices you've identified to increase and build capacity in the specific segment of the Vietnamese community you were trying to organize? And what resources and opportunities and partnerships to build collective power are available and that we should amplify or focus on as we sort of think about moving forward? Okay, so I'll start first with Philip.
Right. So again, so like being part of SJCVSA, we're like smack dab right in the middle of like the Vietnamese ethnic enclave, and like, what can we do? We on one of the positions on VSA is always to have like an external vice president, which like is the like liaison for other orgs that we can work with, like VAR especially. We love working with VAR, and especially when I was there, or like during my undergrad, we would work with them to like canvas or work for the VAR-Wien to help people get registered and get their resources from here. And that was, it's always a good time working with VAR, and like, because we're here, it's so easy, and it should just be like more of a regular thing to like say interface with them, or like work with them as much as we can. And yeah, I think that's
Awesome.
yeah.
And we'll just go down the panel. So Chris.
Okay. This is really, when we talk about learning about capacity building, I actually did get to work with Philip very directly during the year of 2020, because he was also doing Amplify Asian America. We don't give him enough hype for that. But I think one of the best practices that was a little unorthodox in this, and even though we were working with Asian American communities at large, honestly, all of our knowledge in the team was very stacked in the Vietnamese American community. So one of the things we learned to do was just listen to ourselves in terms of being, I think sometimes when you're trying to, at least I'll speak for myself. Sometimes when I try to organize, I get in my head about like, what would an organizer think like? And you forget that you're actually just working with your own community. I know I'm stating obvious facts here. One of the things that we did, we wanted to focus specifically, we were working a lot with like, how do we reach out to youth, right? And a lot of it was like Vietnamese American youth. And during 2020, we had to really be innovative because we couldn't do in-person events. As many of y'all know, there was not a lot of tabling, things like that. And we started getting really creative with what we were able to do. We had some very amazing connoisseurs of music recommend, what if we hosted a virtual Get Out the Vote music festival? And that was something I don't think, like in my like, oh, what would a nonprofit like organizer person think? Like, I wouldn't have thought of that. It'd be like, maybe I'll host a webinar or something. And then that kind of activated a little, oh, well, for the youth, like what else works? So we know there's a lot of like, you know, the Bay, there's a lot of Asian American, especially in San Jose, there's a lot of dancers. So how do we recruit them to get in on this? And we were just kind of following, you know, this is something that we love doing. Like we forget that we're part of this community too. And then we took it a step further and we're like, well, you know, everyone loves Avatar: The Last Airbender, if any of y'all are familiar. So what if we reach out to one of the former voice actors there and he hosts an event, and that got a lot of attraction as well. And I think that's really, I think it's just obvious when we're like thinking like, what would we go to? What would we enjoy? And so like, that's kind of, maybe, I don't know if it's a best practice, but it was an unorthodox practice that we learned like, wait a second, it's just, we're just listening to ourselves. Yeah.
I love that so much with Philip and Chris. You're saying listen to ourselves and trust ourselves because we are from the community. We are the community, right? So I just love that you've both highlighted that, and Philip as well, partnering with other organizations that are aligned and doing the same type of work. What about you, Tuong? What resonates with you?
I have two main ones. One is that there's help out there. So for example, there are organizations that one of their core missions is to help build capacity around the country, right? And so, for example, CRAC has close connection with Philip and the other Philip and, and VAR. And our job is to help VAR and other organizations like Unity or API Rock down in SoCal and other places to build capacity. And that might mean sending y'all money, right? That might mean connecting y'all to trainings. That might mean like creating, which is my second recommendation, is mentorship, right? And so there are organizations out there that are there whose mission is to build capacity. And then the second part is about mentorship. You know, I feel like a lot of times we get stuck on we gotta build up. We gotta climb, and we don't take the time to heal. And that's where I see people burning out. That's where I see like part of our oppression is that we don't have people in leadership roles that we can like learn from. And if we're burning out at the mid-level positions, then we're not reaching the place where we can like mentor younger folks or really engage in those conversations about healing. And so those would be my two recommendations. Don't wait to heal. Whether it's the intergenerational trauma or whether it's the toxic masculinity or any of those things, or just surviving being a marginalized group in our community. You know, those might be my two recommendations.
Thanks so much, Tuong. And Judge Dung?
I think it's really important to collaborate, whether it's internally with other Vietnamese American organizations providing services or with other outside of the Vietnamese American communities to collaborate, because ultimately community capacity is about us self-actualizing, providing services and empowerment of your own community. But we're one of the younger communities here, so other communities have been doing this. So a good example of this is I was talking to Mimi Nguyen today, and she said, you know, Judge, I was one of the recipients of the Vietnamese American Bar's scholarship. And then she paid it, she excelled and thrived, and then she came back and became president of the Vietnamese Bar. So it's all kind of comes in full circle. You receive something, you're going to want to give back in that way. But I told her, did you know the reason we had the scholarship is because I actually looked at La Raza, Lawyers Association at that time, and they had just started their scholarship and said, that's a wonderful idea. And so we started it because of that. And so that's that type of sharing of great ideas, best practices by looking at what works in other communities, and hey, let's do that for ourselves too, as we could build capacity. But I think one of the things that I want to impart also is that the individual capacity building. To me, that's important, because once you have that, what it is that you've identified, for example, earlier, and you said, what was the need that you were looking to fill? And once you have that awareness, and then you look for the mentorships that so critical to do that, and then you start the organizational capacity building. And I think after 45 years, we are really addressing systemic capacity building, which coming together today is just an example of how to build upon what we already achieved the last 45 years.
I love that in response to that question, all of our panelists highlighted collaboration and solidarity with other communities, but also throughout different generations within our community as well. And so sort of with that, I want to ask this question. So I think one of the challenges to, let's say, our community coming together is potentially misinformation or disinformation, right? And so I want to ask our panelists whether you've had experience with that in your community organizing work, and how can we better understand this issue to address ideological, political, and generational divisions in our community? So I'll throw that out to the panel, and whoever wants to speak on that, you're welcome to do that. Go for it,
I'll go
Philip. Go
first.
for it, Philip.
Maybe like just a small like anecdotal experience is that just like through the 2020 like election cycle, it was really tough and exhausting to just have to like fight against like misinformation, especially like in like the Vietnamese language and stuff. I think Facebook or Meta has like they've tried to crack down on like misinformation, but it's only spanning English, and there's so much other like languages that have to be regulated, and like they have to fix that too. But and like we're like bearing the brunt of that, where like you see like family members or anybody, they're watching those like really inflammatory like Vietnamese like streamers or YouTube videos that are like really just like making like they're talking in Vietnamese, they're bringing up issues that are like really that like make the viewership like really angry about something, and to just like channel that anger into like voting for Trump or something for some reason. And I feel like a lot of us have that sort of experience, like experiencing a family member that has gotten like sunken into that, like, what is it called? Into that rabbit hole of like, really just like, what is that? Really conservative, inflammatory, like rhetoric and stuff like that. And so like, shout out to John Oliver and the last week tonight, where he shouted out Viet Fact Check and also called out how one of those like inflammatory Vietnamese content creators like were doing a lot of damage, but because he shouted that channel out, that channel got shut down. And also he brought up Viet Fact Check, which I showed to my dad, and like helped that kind of helped bridge a little bit of a gap too. So if there's any way we can like support more, even though like Viet Fact Check is like a volunteer effort, like we should definitely like help bolster that type of like misinformation like dispelling. So yeah.
If I can add, speaking in a broader sense, that part of what the court's doing is self-educating. We're holding crucial conversations because it's very important that we debunk the model minority myth and the stereotypes that Asian Americans suffer. And I say suffer because a lot of people think it's held up to a standard. In fact, it's very harmful to other minorities. And in fact, harms our own community too, because then services are not rendered to those who do need it. And so a big part of how we can debunk, that's just a topic or an issue, to debunk misinformation or disinformation is by education. I think it's important to have forums, to have discussions on topics, and have our other organizations address topics to help demystify, debunk, information that is actually harmful for our community. So I think education is a big part of addressing those types of misinformation or disinformation out in the community.
Thank you. And I want to turn it over to the participants to see if folks have any questions, and I invite questions from the audience. Does anyone have any questions for our panelists? And I'll dive into the next question for our panel. Where do you think we should concentrate our advocacy efforts over the next 5 years and 10 years? And I'll start first with Tung.
This is a question that's on our minds at CRAC right now. We're in the middle of our 5-year strategic planning, and we're doing a lot of surveys, including a pretty deep conversation I had with VAR a couple of weeks ago as well. There are 4 areas. I don't know, we could talk about a lot of different things, right? We could talk about issue areas because some people have issues. And so if you want to talk about issue areas, the 4 areas that are really rising up are immigration. So the last time I was in this room, one of the last times, was on an immigration issue that VAR hosted. There's educational equity, so data disaggregation and being seen, right? Civil rights starts with good data, right? You can't have proof without good data. The third is health equity, and that has a lot to do with a lot of things that you think about with like health insurance. But and also in our community, we're doing a lot of work on aging. So like being caregivers to our parents, talking about planning for retirement and things like that. And the last thing that's popped up is anti-poverty work, right? So like a lot of things about like intergenerational wealth. How do you build that in so that there's like, you're not just surviving today, you know? And so like it builds up over time. Ultimately though, I think like, the question in my mind is like, how do we stay relevant, right? It's like, and to me, like power is in the relationships, and that's really where things operate. And so like that's where my head is at. The last time I was here, one of the last times I was here, there was a man, I just talked to him on the phone. He gave me permission to tell the story. But his name is Key Lam. Raise your hand if you know him. He's amazing. Key Lam. Yep, I got her to woo. He is someone who arrived in America and within just 1 or 2 years made a mistake because his family going through trauma and such, and he ended up in jail. And he has spent the last 30 years trying to do better for his community. And one of the last times he was here, there's a whole bunch of lawyers here, like kind of like now, whole bunch of executive directors, and he was the one person who got the awards from the mayor, the county president, and our federal, our national, our representative in Congress. He was the one that got all the awards, and then a couple of months later, the elected officials were debating whether or not to take away the sanctuary protections, and thereby putting him at risk of deportation. And the only reason we beat that back was because of the deep relationships that he had helped us build and that we had built through his campaign with Latinx communities, with the Filipino community, with the Muslim community and the Vietnamese community. And I think a lot of you all, I recognize a lot of the faces that were there at the county to get those laws protected. So to me, that's where my head is at, is like power is in the relationships.
Thank you, Tung. Philip?
So yeah, there's for these next year, 5 years, 10 years, just like how Judge Les said, we really have to like work on dispelling like the instilled like model minority mindset within us. Like if you just like stick to your own stuff, do your work really hard, get a job and be successful, you'll be fine. But it's like we're starting to see that it's not like that's not working for the community, and that like we actually have to like keep your head in the loop with what the community needs and what your neighbors need and stuff. Like how do we like become successful together? And a point that I wanted to like bring up was just like support your workers unions and like October just passed, Striketober just passed, and also there's like strikes going on right now, if you aren't aware, because a lot of the time news just kind of covers it up. Like the news cycle really covers everything up. And right now there's like John Deere workers, like 10,000 of them are like striking right now. Tomorrow, Kaiser Permanente nurses and like healthcare workers are about to strike tomorrow. So just be sure to support them. On my way home, I passed by the Kaiser Permanente on Santa Clara, and this, what are they called? The stationary engineers and the biomedical engineers, they are on strike right now, and they've been so for like about a month. So I think we have to do better, or just to be more involved with supporting like workers and just supporting labor, because I think most, if not all of us, are working class, and we should definitely, have some solidarity in the workplace as well. So yeah.
Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. I love piggybacking off of what you said about the model minority systems. And when you said future, I think what I thought of, especially in the Bay Area, is the Silicon Valley, right? We're always framed as like tech is the future. Like we are like, this is like the hotbed of innovation. And I also want to talk about a little bit about how those are going to like, how like that is also going to be difficult to navigate. I think especially the opportunity to have a well-paying, financially stable job at a large company, or even a medium-sized company that's going to pay really well, is really exciting. And I have seen so many coding boot camps like hyping up the economic opportunity that this kind of job can entail. And at the same time, yes, Silicon Valley is, and it framed as being prosperous. We also have to remember that being in Silicon Valley for communities of color also means we are a testing ground for Silicon Valley. And what that means is that for these coding boot camps, for like all of like being recruited into this pipeline, also means you might be recruited to police and surveil your own communities. It might mean that you are creating programs that are screening people, like your own community, out of economic opportunities, like screening people with like ethnic last names out of like their resumes. It might be preventing housing loans. Those are just some of the examples, but I think when I think about future, I think especially in like locally, I think about how those are intersecting system, like technology is going to become an intersecting web of oppression, including immigration and deportation and policing, including labor violations. So that's maybe not something we should concentrate our efforts on because it is very much a web, but something to continue to be aware of as the Silicon Valley narrative continues to get framed in a prosperous for all way, which is not true.
Judge Zhu? The landscape is so different now from years ago. So there's so much hope to continue this conversation and to continue to build on what prior generations have built on. And I see that. And I'm so hopeful. I'm so excited to even hear these ideas. So I think it's important to pay attention. Just pay attention to the landscape, what's going on. And when you do that, and you have critical mass, then you can have a conversation, and you normalize the conversation when you ask. So just talking about the court system itself, localized here, when I started, 28% were women on the bench. Now we have reached gender parity. Minorities, judges of color were even less. In about 100 years, we had one judge, person of color, as presiding judge. In the Silicon or Santa Clara County, where we have now, informal numbers are 39% AAPIs. Latinx is not much farther behind us. So having those conversations and being courageous about having those conversations is part of the landscape, I think. And if you're paying attention, then you join in the conversation so that person is not talking about it alone. And so if you look around all the systems in Santa Clara County, you may also, in your own organization, see what does the leadership look like. And so you may have people who represent the diversity at entry level. We're talking about public and private sector. And then you look at the mid levels. But if you look to leadership, are the role models there? And so those are the conversations that you can have within your respective organization. So if you're paying attention, I think that's important. It starts to me always building individual capacity and then organizational. And then that's how you get to the third, which is the systematic areas when you get to set and change policy. But we have to have a voice at the table in order to do that. And that's all kind of building. And you start with each person in this room. And so I would say that the focus is on paying attention to where you are in your own respective, whether it's a volunteer organization or where you work, and see if you can identify others and have the conversation and you build on that. I think that's how we can collaborate among different organizations and then have a voice. I think it's compelling when in this kind of climate era that there's lack of Vietnamese American on the city council, on the board of supervisors. I'm not sure if we ever had a Vietnamese American on the board of supervisors. And then, and so it's kind of compelling when you look at it. And that's a conversation I'm saying, let's have those conversations.
I appreciate you calling that out, Judge Dung. And I think that's why it's like so impressive to me that we have young people like Philip and Chris just being so active and engaged so early on. And so I just wonder whether you both can reflect for me. So Philip, what do you want older generations of Vietnamese Americans to know about what is important for your generation?
Yeah. Can I pass it to Chris first?
Wow. Yeah, no, me too. There's a lot of things I would like them to know, which a lot of things we've already brought up actually. So obviously one of them being the model minority myth, right? I think we brought that up. So what are some other things that we want the older generation to know about?
What's important for you and what drives you and what moves you especially to be involved in this community organizing work?
We'll tag team it. Let's go.
All
right.
So what's on my mind is probably like more, just to be more involved with the community. Cause I feel like I grew up with just do your own thing, do your homework, just focus on yourself. But I think a lot of it you have to look outside of yourself and really just know what your community, or be involved with what your community needs and try to push for that and help your community in that. And yeah, I think
it's funny because I think youth is relative because I'm getting folks who are in college now who are flaming me for being too old. So for some, I think maybe I'm too, I don't know what they would say. So I'll speak for myself, which is that I think that youth or young adults, right? That's where I am now, are not just a segment of our community. It's not kind of I don't know how to describe it, but we're not like a checkbox of oh, and we also there's the Vietnamese folks, and don't forget the Vietnamese youth. We are also architects of this community. We're also shaping it. We are invested in the holistic health. We don't just like, I think Philip and I work with like young adults and youth because that's where we know we can be helpful collectively. So we're like, we know how to speak to folks. We know, for example, we listen, we understand like how to reach out to these folks. We're not doing it because we only care about youth and young adults. And so when like, for example, when we talk about trying to bridge intergenerational divides, there are some really cool folks who work with collecting family stories, for instance. We're not doing this because we want to center ourselves. We're doing this because we're trying to work with our entire community. We're trying to talk to our family members, and we're trying to understand what their history was like, not to like collect it and bring it to ourselves, be like, this is the checkbox, but saying like, we want, you know, we're trying to structure this in a way that makes sure our perspective are included, but yeah, just take a holistic understanding of what it means to build together. And I think that's something that, honestly, everywhere I go, I see like the Vietnamese American community trying to figure out, but especially in like student organizations.
Awesome. Thank you, Chris and Philip. And I understand we might have some questions, so we'll transition now to Q&A. Yes, yes, go ahead, Don.
Thank you for bringing up a point about like not only labor, but also like just how the landscape has changed in just the past decade or so on. So one thing that conversation and discussion reminded me of was the issue of certification. So for example, the Google campus that we was slated to be built in San Jose. Yes, that's good for techies, that's good for industry, but is it good for our parents and the Vietnamese American community and the immigrant community? Is it good for like every other, like we're going out from other backgrounds? Good for people of color. What happens if we are identified? We get pushed out. And among that, there are other issues of like not only Asian hate, but also deportation and systemic racism, systemic in everything that allows systems like that might be going on. So my question is, how do we? It ties into the topic of so how do we preserve? How do we preserve our community and districts, and how do we amplify our voices among all that?
Thank you, Don. Would any of our panelists like to take that? Go
I have
ahead.
a specific example, specifically what you're talking about. There was so it's called the euphemism, the word that doesn't scare people, that this gets called gentrification is economic development, right? And so there's a lot of economic development plans getting written all over the place. And there was a set specifically for where the city of San Jose waived, they created something where like any business doing economic development in these two areas, there's a place in Willow Glen and there's a place on Alum Rock, East San Jose, right? And where the developer only had to sign a form. It was called a form waiver and of development. And meaning they could skip like everything, for example, community impact, like outreach. So like we'd have to go into the community and actually gather feedback, and maybe people don't want 5 Starbucks there, and stuff like that. And so there was 2 areas that they were going to do it. One in Willow Glen, which we all know is one of the wealthier areas of San Jose, and then East San Jose, Alum Rock, which is not. When this plan came out, it succeeded in one area and it failed in another, meaning it got shut down in one area because community members used their voice and felt like they could push back. And that was the Willow Glen area. And so, and then it went full blast ahead in Alum Rock. And so, so that's a specific example of how communities can get involved in conversations like impactful decision making on economic development. And now the community in Alum Rock has reached out for our help, and they're gathering as many different community members, and they're working from a place of disadvantage because they're trying to get rid of something that already exists. Whereas the folks in Willow Glen, it just never happened there. And so they're sitting pretty. And so that's like a specific example of community engagement that matters in economic development.
Thank you, Thung. Anyone else like to weigh in on that question? On how do we preserve our community and our voice in the midst of gentrification, deportation, and systemic racism? If not, Go, I saw you had your hand raised as well. Go ahead, Go.
First of all, my apology is I have to take the mask off because I speak English with accent. So with the mask on, you guys will have problem understanding me, okay? So first of all, I'm glad, but I'm so happy to see a lot of young people here, definitely younger than I am, yeah? So I could see like in America now, since 1975, 45 plus years now, we actually, Vietnamese community have involved in 2 generations. The one about my age who have experienced Vietnam War and who have struggled assimilated to this society. And another generation is people who either were born here or the first generation who have succeeded in American society, like most of you here. So I don't have many questions, but I have some recommendations based on my own experience. I will leave it with glad anyway, but no. So I used to work for the county of Santa Clara, and I recently, resigned or retired. I noticed something during the time I have worked in the community. There are a lot of older people that still struggle with the cultural and linguistic issues. So I have encouraged a lot of people to come here, who come here for this meeting because it's important how it is. Most of them are very reluctant to come because they don't think they can understand English enough to absorb all the ideas from the younger generation. Myself too, but I have tried. So the thing is, what is my concern, maybe one of my biggest concern for our Vietnamese community is because of the differences, in how we can adapt to life between the generations. So there are really a lot of generational gaps between the two, the generation in our community. So I don't want to talk like the nationwide. I just try to focus on South Santa Clara County community alone. That what I see here is not only I see Vietnam is also our country, also is America. So I could see that we live here. When I refer our country, it means America too. Our country have been under a lot of turmoil. You can tell, politically, socially, and economically. But the thing I'm more concerned about Vietnamese community is the generational conflicts between the two generations, especially at this present time.
Yeah, thank you so much, Go. And I'm so sorry to just jump in because I think we're nearing the end of our panel, but I really appreciate what you brought up about the divide between the first and the second generation.
What I think is we need to have more people come out, to educate our community. So we understand. So we talk about a lot of BLM. We talk about the cancel culture. We talk about the election integrity, but not many of us can understand what does it mean. It's all about. So it's all about. So education and how to not to eliminate the gap, but at least to narrow, not to have it widen every time. So even in every family, Vietnamese family here, including my family, but lucky that I'm not, I try to be close to my family member. But the more I could see a lot of people, because I work as a mental health clinician. So I go through a lot of community. So I see that the parents and the children, there's a lot of conflicts lately and recently. And how we can make,
And I'm so sorry to cut you. I see another hand over there,
Oh,
but
sorry.
I really appreciate you.
I'm popular, but I try to make it. That's just how old people are.
I really appreciate you highlighting.
Yeah, and I think
the conflict.
we'll
between
have like a discussion after
Yeah.
this too, a breakout session. So we would love to hear more from you during the discussion section. Thank you, Go.
Thank you so much, Mimi. And so it looks like we are nearing the end of our panel. And so I know this panel has generated a lot of thought, and I urge you to save those thoughts. Would love to have sort of in-depth conversations with you during the breakout sessions. But as we near the end, I just want to thank our panelists for sharing your perspectives and your experience with all of us today. And we're just so grateful to all of you for the work that you have done and that you will continue to do on behalf of our community and organizing the power of our community. So just thank you all so much. And thank you to all the participants for joining us in conversation today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you to our last panel on the future and power of Vietnamese America. I think all right, so we are getting there. We're getting to the end. And we have a couple of things left, right? So from the first panel conversation, we talked about the ways that we can recognize what's going on in our communities, what makes it vulnerable, and how we respond to crises, right? In the second conversation, we were able to think more deeply about the ways that systemic inequity and structural inequalities arise across our communities, from the South Bay to the East Bay, across the Bay Area, right? And the things that we can do to address those issues. Through lunch, we had a collaborative project, as y'all can see around the VAC, on redistricting and the way that our community understands and recognizes their own power, right? Especially as it comes once in a blue moon, redistricting and the census from last year coming every 10 years. And from this panel, I think, we get this message of being able to, the way that I think, and then just to also speak to the goals point, the way that I think we're going to be able to, build intergenerational bridges, the way that I think we're going to be able to build bridges, not only within our own community, because if you look around, if y'all take a chance to look around, right, throughout the day today, most of the community members that have joined us today have been predominantly or primarily from the Vietnamese American community here in San Jose, right? And I've alluded to this a couple of times throughout the course of the symposium that we don't want this to be the first symposium that we do, and we definitely don't want this to be another example of how people outside of our community perceive us as insular, right? Perceive us as isolated, whether that be the elder generation or the younger generation, right? So if we're thinking about ways to build these intergenerational bridges, we also have to think about the ways that we're building cross-cultural and cross-racial bridges with other communities, especially as we're thinking about how we undo the throes of injustice, right? And I just want to thank all of the panelists who have been able to join us through the program today, all of the Zoom participants who have been able to join us, all the folks on the Facebook live stream, if you dropped in or out, right? Because I think we're really doing something remarkable here. We're doing something that is truly trailblazing, like so many of our panelists, right? And we're really doing something that no one has ever done before. And to really think about the way that we envision this community, our community, as a community, how we think about community and what we think about when we think about home, and the way that not only can we understand our home better, but the ways that we can change our home and our community for the better, right? From an individual perspective, from partnering with other people, from mentoring other people, from seeking mentorship, and generally building out a collective vision of what our future and how our power looks like and feels like, right? Is going to be really how we become transformative, right? Become people who are really enacting change in our communities and become the inspiration, not just for the younger generation, right? And I just want to also shout out to Candace, who's here in the front, who joined us for our summer youth program, right? But to really be able to build a pipeline between the youth and the elder generation, right? Because I think that as we've had these conversations throughout the day, the learning has gone both ways. As you've seen all of the panels, they've been composed of a multi-generationally. If you look around you, there are folks from all generations, right? And we're hoping to continue to expand what the boundaries or these perceived boundaries of how we envision the Vietnamese American community here in the South Bay, here in the Silicon Valley, here in the Bay Area to look like, and who we're really fighting for, right? Because we're not only fighting for ourselves, we're fighting for each other. And so in that, we have one more segment of our symposium tonight. Oh, it's been a long day. And it's going to be a couple of breakout sessions for us to be able to have more intimate conversations about how we take action. What is it that we do now? We've been talking all day. And I know Vietnamese people love to talk, you know. What is it that we can take action for and do, right? And so with that, we're actually going to be migrating to the room next door and outside. I'll pass it to Nguyen and Isabella, who are going to lead us in the breakout. So if you all wouldn't mind following Nguyen and Isabella. If you're in person, if you're on Zoom, we'll come back for the closing. And we'll leave we'll bring the camera into the room. Yeah. Thank you, volunteers.
Before that, how would you feel about trying to get English? Don't feel like anyone wants to be one or the other because some of the older generation is trying to accommodate our English. But you could try English.
Yeah.
Just like you don't speak. If anyone doesn't understand it all.
Tại khi mà thường là em nói chuyện tiếng Việt với bạn rồi mà với việc em không nói tiếng Việt thì em phải nói là I don't speak English so well mà em lên một cái chỗ hay gì đó bạn em thường nhắc nhưng không biết làm cái chỗ này thôi đó là nó dễ hơn là em không có sợ nên ô nói gì sai là ai thích được không phải sai thích được em that's why I'm a fan of the English because perfect is the enemy of good and trying.
Anh nhớ là với một lớp dài nhưng mà cái điều mà mình thấy thầy nói của mình ra vào thấy mình không nghĩ khi nói là chỉ lên radio đó hiện tại như trong công việc của Duyên học mình hiện tại nói về văn phòng quản lý hoặc là về sợ nhưng mà mình ráng lại thì mình research trước khi mình research mình viết ra research em như là chị Hà Văn chị Hà Văn mình viết ra research để xong mình nhờ mấy cô và mình chưa được khi gọi ba mẹ mình tập lại cho hình như với cái đúng hay không phải thì mình ráng thôi nhưng mà nhìn thấy là như hồi nãy cô thích em nói là mình support one another and be generous. So cái điều đó mình thấy trong những generation mình it's a bit easier and you know I also like what folks were saying with misunderstanding between this generation and my generation is sort of see that mình thấy cái điều đó là khó là không biết làm sao mình bridge the other. Having this symposium is wonderful and hearing the time as example about showing up with her daughter is just amazing. Like that's just a great sort of example. Yeah, I want to be like that with my girls, but that's something that I see as a challenge.
Questions to what are the action khi mình nói về generational gap mình có nói về vâng không care khi mình muốn nói chuyện với ba mẹ của mình đó là ba mẹ của mình không biết nói về cái vụ trauma thì nó rất là khó nếu mình miscommunication mình không có biết nói về vấn đề tiền bạc hay vấn đề healthcare đó đấy khi mình còn nhỏ mình phải biết ba mẹ đó nói chuyện nó rất là khó hay là khi mình phải nói về vấn đề addiction, cờ bạc, gambling hay COVID đó mà ba mẹ của mình chưa cái đi theo khi đó còn mình nhận khi không sinh đi đó thì làm sao mà mình nói chuyện với nhau nên ai cũng chỉ cần đi therapy yeah. Okay. Oh, my English is not that good, but I'm gonna try. Okay. Okay. First of all, Dr. Don. Wait, what? Oh, good. like, I really just want to talk about what Dr. Don said. Like, I really see what he said. So con tin the problem. It's like, so, ma'am, call me Matt. So my parents, like, they don't want to talk about, like, what happened in, right, it's like really bad. But like, ma'am, what happened in Vietnam? What happened on April 30, Black April. And so, from that song for many years, and many other students. Không biết what happened. Không hiểu why mẹ đã làm trên nền đó, trên là the communist, politics and such. And so that's why, like for example, that one Facebook group, Asian Americans with Republican parents support group, like, I kind of agree with therapy. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say. Just like pointing out, it's kind of like what I think might be a contributor and why there's, that generational gap, why it's kind of hard to communicate. It's because, some things are not being said, and so it's kind of hard to understand.
I'll pause right there and I'll take on the person outside because we do want to meet you like to meet you. One thing that you like
I like how you suggested that you guys should speak business and do, like both sides